have this incredible link and how Stell is somehow in the middle of that also. We're going to explain who those groups are and what the key takeaways are from each of them. Now, when we talk about mystery schools, one thing I want to highlight is that the mystery schools in the 19th century really they had a public arm, finally. And they hadn't done this for many years, but the way that it's explained in Steiner's work is that in the 1840s, scientific materialism had taken humanity down to a very low level of just considering things in nature as obsolete compared to what could be measured, weighed, and processed. And so it took us into a very different way of looking at things and became the triumphant a bit. And what's interesting is that it was discovered and sort of professed by a couple of very young German physicists of the era who were basically about 25, 26 years old. So it was an unusual thing for it to take a grip the way that it had. Now, the mystery schools understood that it was inevitable that humanity, with industrialization and a number of things, was moving into this direction of super materialism. But they were afraid at the level, the concern grew dramatically with how much the spirit side of things was getting carved out of regular society and how scientific materialism was going to be the rule of the day. And this very kind of harmonic movement in anthroposophical terms, this technological reality was going to settle in and really trap humanity. And the way that it's said is that they reasoned to themselves that in 100 years they wouldn't even recognize humanity because humanity's spirituality would be so separated out from who they were. So they developed.
Peter 进来了。
你好，姚江。
你今天怎么这么
我又整了一期节目，但是我现在得出去一趟，我估计我给你留言了，跟你那个什么 Telegram
了。你看吧，能赶上就那啥，也不用特别那个，对，咱们随意。对。
行，
不用特别。
你们昨天不是聊那个灵魂出窍吗？
对，你能讲这个吗？
我通过那个昨天你们俩聊的，我有一个新的思路，然后结合我的专业背景，可以我找到点线索，等下午的吧。
行，那你反正等你回来，如果我们还在播，你就讲讲，看看吧。
对，这件不行就实在不行就明天，反正能播。
对，反正我们这都是细水长流。
对，
你那个，
昨天那个
你说，
我把我的频道开了，然后我把咱俩这两天聊的都传上去了。
有几个人看？有人看吗？
没人看。
过2天就你频道叫啥名？你可以那啥展示。
就那个Peter Kim。Peter
Kim， 我看看能不能搜着。看看啊 ，Peter Kim 30个 video， 对，搜一下那个 channel， 搜 channel，
不就3个 video，
一个3个 video 的，有好多 Peter Kim 的，这一搜一大堆，哪个是你的头像是啥？
我这个头像是一个心形的一个树林，等一下啊，我具体看一下。
这么直接搜 Peter Kim 还不容易搜到你呢，这 Peter Kim 太多了。
太多了哈。
整一个那个给力点的。
就 Peter Kim TV， 就是那个电视啊。Peter Kim TV。OK，
这看着了。
他是从美国回来的，能不知道这些东西吗？
对，看你发了3个。
对。
这有人看呢，10多个人挺好了。这比我强，我这个也就10多个人。差不多。
你这300哦，
我这都是就是
300。
你看这个，你昨天录的我2维码还在上边呢。
没事，给你捐完了，咱们好有时间，那个有研究经费吗？
这个没人捐，真没人捐。一般我跟你说，你把你的2维码也弄上，你尽早弄。就是我总结经验就是早弄早好，把你的什么打赏的方式都弄上。对，
我也不整了，我不想通过这个赚钱，我就是想像你说的发声，别看这个华人整个自媒体现在已经，我真是看不下去了。我觉得通过你这个频道，咱们互相那个促进一下，然后 你那边好了，我这边也不太差，不着急。
也不是说赚钱，你就是他如果有人给你打赏，就说明这个人和你志同道合嘛，他就愿意和你深入交流，相当于你是对找到同好的一种方式。因为说白了，他打个有人给我打1块钱的，他打多少钱也无所谓，对不对？他只是为一个方式能加你，对，他还能加你好友，私下联系嘛。因为我一开始做了好长时间才弄这些东西的，我觉得早点弄挺好的，对，
行，
你看吧，
我先弄一个个人信息都在上面，到时候再把公安引来，我去，不是不必要的麻烦。
可以整什么 PayPal 之类的，但 PayPal 好像用的人少，我觉得，因为主要打赏是大陆的嘛，所以大陆的人也不用 PayPal。对，要不然你整个我说，要不然你整个知识星球吧，就是上次我整的就是被人家给和谐了，因为乱发吧，就是你要整一个不乱发的，我觉得能玩起来。那知识星球流量挺大的，对，你看看研究。
咱们这能封频道，不可能封咱们。
对，咱们就如果这次整的话，就发这些领导报告，那你肯定没事儿，对吧？人都是官方发的。
对。
而且这个需求挺大的，我觉得，像你讲这些正经的，那些人就愿意，因为他们自己不看，自己
你讲的也挺正经，总比那些人才不正经的，看是正经才不正经。
对，行，你忙，你有事就忙啊，我这随意，这茶馆随时来随时走。
下午
对，
行，好嘞，哎，
行，拜。这样，这个有没有人进呢？今天刚才 Peter 开的新频道，我的想法就是，如果能做的都做自媒体最好，大家全都做自媒体，全都发声啊，就不用听几个人瞎扯了。接着看那个阴谋论前辈给你扯阴谋论吧。Dark journalist
movement in anthroposophical terms, this technological reality was going to settle in and really trap humanity. And the way that it's said is that they reasoned to themselves that in 100 years they wouldn't even recognize humanity because humanity's spirituality would be so separated out from who they were. So they devised an idea that they would release a lot of material that had always been secret. And this caused a lot of contention, and even you could say it was the war of the mystery schools between 1840 and 1870. But as it turned out, they decided to go with spiritualism as a way to enrich the culture and keep it out of this scientific gridlock and this box of scientism. And as it turned out, half of that experiment went really well because spirituality and spiritualism took off, but it became too associated with mediumship. And then it started to become too much of an obsession. And literally, if you go back to that period, you can see there's such a spiritualism craze about the years 1850, 1860. So much so that even Abraham Lincoln and his wife were desperately caught up in that when their son died. And they sought out the help of mediums, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that from the brotherhoods and the mystery school's point of view, it was too much of an emphasis, like it was all balanced around this. It became just a curiosity of, can I talk to someone in the other world, as opposed to what it was meant to do, which was to say, you're composed of a physical world and a spiritual world, and the scientific part is just a step that you're going through in the physical, and it's not supposed to encompass everything that you have aimed for as a culture. So there were great dangers involved with things going in this materialist direction. Now, a lot of those schools had kept the information so solid and so tight for so many years, they didn't want to let the information out. So that's where a lot of those battles came out of. But what happened was it was a small group in there, about 10, 15% of those schools that decided we're stepping up and we have to do this. And the trade-off ultimately came with Helena Blavatsky, who was the leader of the Theosophical Society, founded it in 1875. But the different secret societies had been aware of her and tracking her since she was born. So astrologically, she had been predicted. You know, we hear a lot of things about Blavatsky when it comes to traditional academic literature and don't believe any of it. I mean, she had her faults like anybody, but she was a remarkable person, and she set off so many things in people that it's hard to even get to it in just one show. But this was a very powerful mystic medium, and she was a psychic, a philosopher, and a teacher. And she had a real role in the moving humanity forward and developing this real perspective that so many people still owe so much to the Theosophical Society. And we'll get into what the problems were and what happened with Theosophy. But in any case, so she brings forward the Theosophical Society, and suddenly yoga is introduced in America. Suddenly meditation, reincarnation. And she writes Isis Unveiled in the 1870s, and it blows everything away. All the mystery school knowledge is really out there in that book. And Isis Unveiled is quite remarkable if you think about it. There's nothing like it. There's really no antecedent to it. It is, you know, basically, here's an entirely new thing that you haven't heard of, and it blew everyone away. So it changed things a lot too, but she instantly became under attack as a result of it. And she was under attack by these schools that didn't want this information revealed, and she subsequently would be put into a kind of psychic imprisonment, as they called it, that when her vision went up to view things on the spiritual plane, they would be throwing all types of different illusions at her, which adds to the kind of uneven quality of the later work. What I can say about Blavatsky, coming from Russia as she did, that she was, because she was a woman and because she was Russian, they were suspicious of her immediately in America. And she wanted to work directly with these male-only mystery schools. Certainly there were female counterparts in the grand scheme of things, but at that point in America where she had turned up, this was the order and the rule of the day. What we get out of that is she transforms things so much, but she is in fact pushed out of the country and eventually ends up going to Egypt and India. In India in particular, she founds the Theosophical Society again with a new branch and a new version, and she really takes that culture by storm. But then there are problems there also. And what happens is she ends up going back to England. And in London, she really starts to find incredible traction. So it's gone from New York now to India, with some stops in between in Egypt. And Theosophy is really kind of causing this explosion of spiritual knowledge to come forward. And this is a crucial thing, but it's also almost a clumsy thing in a sense, because the mystery schools haven't done it before. They've kept that information and they know how to keep the tradition. And then here's Blavatsky. She's ready to go with the mystical information. And she also is antagonistic to some of those schools, saying, I want you to admit me as a member, because even though I'm a woman and I'm Russian, and this is an American mystery school, if you don't, I'm going to let even more secrets out. And so they decide among themselves that they're going to keep her in this kind of psychic imprisonment. And so it does explain a lot of the issues that came up in relation to Blavatsky. So what happens is Blavatsky moves the leadership of Theosophy to Annie Besant. And Besant is really quite fascinating because she's actually more of a political activist, and she's been leading labor marches, and she's been trying to get Irish home rule, and she's been, she's from England, but she is very politically active, and in fact will play a great role in politics. This is not someone who is sort of dreaming out there about the different things she could do. Mystically, she was very involved in all kinds of day-to-day politics. And if you look before she really gets involved in all this with Blavatsky, it's quite fascinating because you can find her in the news headlines of the day leading these marches and so on. Now, what happens, and it's quite fascinating, is that Rudolf Steiner who's an Austrian scholar, is he someone who is going through a real spiritual transformation and has come out of a kind of a Rosicrucian mystery tradition. And he works with the Theosophical Society in Germany, and they decide, this guy's incredible. Let's put him up as, like, you know, the guy who can lead Theosophy there. And what happens is that Steiner, who would eventually become the leader of anthroposophy and spiritual science, decides outright that they're going kind of in the wrong direction, and that they're doing things with too much of an Eastern bent, and that they're getting obsessed with, you know, with the death of Blavatsky. They've kind of lost course a little bit. But he had tremendous respect for Besant. Mm-hmm. So he becomes basically Besant's understudy there for a while, and she really has a lot to say about his German chapter of Theosophy, which is growing rapidly, and he's showing that he can be a dramatic teacher on his own. But what happens ultimately is that Theosophy gets caught up in the search for a world teacher about a century before it was supposed to happen. And the world teacher, they decide, is going to come through this Hindu child named Krishnamurti. And so there's a long story that unfolds there, and it is going to thread into everything that we're talking about. But Besant and her efforts here to transform the world become almost a little impatient. And Steiner's realizing she's getting a lot of undue influence, you know, and a lot of people are basically in her ear and influencing her in a way that is not healthy spiritually. And he decides, I have to kind of go on my own track. And so he founds Anthroposophy with the German chapter of Theosophy. And all those people split off from Theosophy. And Theosophy, you know, signs off on Steiner. But Steiner really was tapping into the deeper Western tradition of the mystery schools, which was the tradition that was coming forward in this particular time. And a lot of the push in Theosophy at that time was for the Eastern mystery schools, which is, they are two sides of the same coin, and yet the times and the methods are a little bit different. And so the way that Steiner explains it is there was so much of an emphasis now around the Eastern traditions setting up the Western tradition, that the Western tradition to not move forward and take its time in this particular paradigm right now would be a huge mistake. It would be like stepping backwards, because the Eastern mystery schools had set up this scenario in the first place. And so a kind of esoteric Christianity needed to come forward. This was the state of things. And what eventually came out of anthroposophy were these incredible movements of biodynamic farming, the Waldorf schools, and incredible knowledge about our ancient past with Atlantis, and a threefold social order, you know, just incredible. You have to say this in relation to Steiner, that he, for someone who was a mystic, he was the best scholarly mystic. And so he stands out quite unusually in that regard. And Steiner is going to play a huge role, because as we go through the development of the mystery schools now, the 21st century is going to be, in many ways, the key pivot point for anthroposophy. And Steiner also introduced eurythmy, which was the telling of spiritual stories in dance and movement, and also the transforming of the audiences and the players through these mystery plays, which are quite dramatic, and I would say are kind of a little known aspect of the canon of Steiner's thought. But he actually released a lot of truths there in a manner that was very different than his kind of scholarly function. And anyone who gets into anthroposophy, that's a very key portion to check out. Everyone, you're watching the Dark Journalist Show. We are here on X100, going deep into the mystery schools with Steiner, Stell, and Sorobia. I want to remind you to go to the Dark Journalist website and sign up for our newsletter. That's something that is going to keep us in touch with the massive things that we see going on in relation to censorship. It's gone beyond the beyond, even to a point where mentioning it becomes silly, because the cancel culture is so heavy duty and getting rid of so many things. I actually think a lot of that is going to backfire, by the way. What do you think of that?
Well, I have a question for you, which is a great question. Gail and Joy R. want to know, can sacred spiritual works reverse wicked physical actions?
Well, I mean, it depends on the particular thing that you're talking about, but there's no question that, you know, there's a whole forgiveness doctrine in the Christian tradition, and that calls for good works. I remember there is that incredible scene where the rich man comes up to Jesus in the New Testament and says, "Oh, I've been, you know, following your stuff. I just want to, you know, really get into the teaching. And what do I do next? Just tell me anything that I'll do." And he says, "Well, go sell everything you own and come up and follow me." And the guy walks away, and Jesus says, "It'll be easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle than for a rich man to get into heaven." It doesn't mean if you're wealthy that you can't get into heaven, but it's just the idea of the trappings of the entire thing. It's the prioritization. But it's quite an interesting challenge, I would say, there in the moment. But certainly, I would say there's another scene, too, where, you know, Jesus is there with the two men. It is Good Friday, after all, so we're kind of in the Jesus paradigm tonight. But when Jesus is on the cross, he is looking over, and they say, "Can't you, you know, if you're the Son of God, save us too?" And one of them says that, and then the other one says, "No, you know, just remember me when you come into your kingdom." And Jesus looks at him and says, "You're free."
Are you going to make me cry?
So I would have to say that's probably the best answer. But it is interesting because there's a whole thing in the mystery schools in the Gurdjieff tradition about conscious suffering. And that's a piece that we get into tonight as well. I'm actually going to bring Gurdjieff in at this point because I want to give us that whole panorama of the mystery school traditions, because theosophy and anthroposophy come in it with a very spiritual aspect. And the Gurdjieff work is also spiritual, but it comes from the physical up. And so there's all this emphasis around work, and there's all this emphasis around knowing your machine, which is the body. And there's this emphasis around not being asleep, about being alert. And we're going to actually talk about a Gurdjieff exercise here tonight. I have a quote from Blavatsky before we get to Gurdjieff, which gives us an idea of how she sees the mystery schools, which I think is key. Both in the case of Steiner and Blavatsky, I have some quotes about their versions of the mystery schools. All right, so she says, "The best proof you can have for esotericism is that every ancient religion, philosophical cult, consisted of an esoteric or secret teaching and an exoteric, outward, public. Furthermore, it is a well-known fact that the mysteries of the ancients comprised with every nation the greater secret and lesser public mysteries. In the celebrated rites called Eleusinian in Greece, from the Hierophants of Samothrace in Egypt, and the initiated Brahmins of the India of old, down to the later Hebrew rabbis, all preserved the fear of the profane, their real bona fide beliefs secret. The Jewish rabbis called their secret religious series the Merkabah. Sound familiar? The exterior body, the vehicle, or the covering which contains the hidden soul, their highest secret knowledge. Not one of the ancient nations ever imparted through its priests its real philosophical secrets to the masses, but allotted to the latter only the husks." So this is something that's very important for us. One other, just moving forward on that quote, still Blavatsky. "Occult alphabets and secret ciphers are the development of the old Egyptian hieratic writing, the secret of which, in the days of old, was in the possession only of the hierogrammists or initiated Egyptian priests." Everything we talk about in relation to steganography, it's in the hands of these initiates. They are the ones who talk to each other with it. So we have kind of a bastardized steganography when it comes to secrecy in government programs dealing with advanced technology, for example. But this is the root of it. If we want to know what steganography is, this is where she's coming from with it. So she's giving us some idea there about the secret wisdom schools. Now, if we take the same position about the mystery schools and we talk from the perspective of Gurdjieff, I'm going to read you this. It's from, of course, Ouspensky's book, In Search of the Miraculous. And they're talking about what happens when you use these special religious techniques that were preserved by mystery schools for years and years. So Ouspensky says, on one occasion in connection with the description of exercises and concentration and bringing the attention from one part of the body to another, Gurdjieff asked, when you pronounce the word I aloud, have you noticed where this word sounds in you? We did not at once understand what he meant, but we very soon began to notice that when pronouncing the word I, some of us definitely felt as if this word sounded in the head. Others felt it sounded in the chest, and others over the head outside of the body. Gurdjieff listened to all these remarks and said that there was an exercise connected with this, which, according to him, had been preserved up to our time in the monasteries of Mount Athos. A monk kneels or stands in a certain position and lifting his arms, which are bent at the elbows. He says ego aloud and drawn out while listening to at the same time where the word ego sounds. The purpose of this exercise is to feel I every moment a man thinks of himself and to bring I from one center to another. So it's a very interesting exercise for us here to just say I and to identify where it's coming from. Miss Olivia, you can lead the way.
Oh, so we're going to take a minute and everybody say I and feel where it's coming from in your body and your chakras.
And where do you find it coming from?
Definitely my third eye.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. All right. I can feel it most definitely in my voice box, basically. That's where it comes from for me. But I think that this gives us an idea that there are techniques and exercises that start to get us a greater awareness right off the bat with our bodies. And that's a crucial kind of piece of where the mystery schools just leave little pieces out there for us to pick up on throughout the printed histories. And there's a much deeper level when you're in the school, but we start to get an idea, because one of the key things the schools are trying to do is develop in us a magnetic center around which all of these ideas can lead us to. Because for them to just give us wholesale, the cream of the crop of the mystery knowledge without any kind of preparation on our side would devastate the entire society, no question about it. So the way that they've done it by introducing things and bringing things out, and for us to look at the information and the material that's been brought forward and to start to work with it, and some things work for people. Some people will be very into theosophy, others will be into the Merkaba, others will be into the Enneagram. Some people will be definitely working with Steiner's knowledge of higher worlds. When we look at that, it's a casualty of another red pen there. When we look at that, it starts to go, and we start to explore these traditions that have become the public sort of intermediaries for the mystery schools. And I do number those among that class. And very often people write to me and they say, well, where should I go for a mystery school now? Is there a mystery school you can recommend? I have to tell you that I think independent study is the best option right now. And I think that a lot of the schools that are available online, we come to things when we're ready for them very often. But there's also a lot of kind of, things that are really marketing heavy and aren't so good on this front that use the name mystery school, like Gaia TV or something like that. And I wouldn't recommend any of that stuff. But I can tell you that coming out of the traditions of Steiner's work, which is really a 21st century work, even though he was around in the early 20th century, I really feel like when we're looking at this, you have to kind of develop up to that point. And so I want to identify now the levels of the mystery schools. So you have, and this is a very general list, but you have the actual mystery schools. And I wouldn't say that any of us on a normal day are going to walk into a mystery school. They remain hidden largely, and they remain hidden in terms of that influence on society, because while they are hidden, it's like that thing that we started off with, the Gurdjieff quote, the what to do and how to do it. That how to do has to remain on a hidden level. Although we're seeing a lot more of their information out in the public now, thank God. And then I would say the next level is called the lesser schools. And the lesser schools know a tremendous amount from our point of view, but they know maybe about half as much as the actual mystery schools do. So there's a kind of a level, degree there. And then below that are arcane schools, and arcane schools preserve the traditions as they were. So they're not trying to add to them in any way. They're just a reenactment of the, say, the Osiris traditions, or the different types of traditions. And then below that would be these private study groups where you develop this magnetic center by, you know, working with other people on these techniques. And again, the public study groups, which we see people doing in all kinds of different ways, from Buddhism to ancient Greek knowledge, whatever it is, those things are out there, certainly. And I would say most of the time you run across the public side. And then, you know, like private study schools. The arcane schools, the lesser schools, and the mystery schools are something that we, you know, don't run across in the general wave of everyday life, but they're there, you know, and as we go along this path, we can run into that work. And one of the things that Steiner said about anthroposophy, which I would call a real bona fide public mystery school, no question about it. But he said that it's not to take you out of the realm of your everyday life, it's just to enhance what you're doing. And that's what I think the real difference is with this style of thing. It's not that we have to go away to a monastery and learn the secret knowledge, which sounds like it would be really kind of fascinating. But I think we have to keep in mind exactly what we're talking about. The fourth way is, in fact, designed, the Gurdjieff work, to be done right in your normal everyday life. So if you're a librarian, you study the fourth way as a librarian. And, you know, you're not doing anything exotic. You are just who you are, doing your thing. You know, if you own a small business, if you work in a record store, whatever it is, you're there practicing these things it has to be done in the throes of your actual everyday life. So there's different considerations and different things there. But certainly I would say that when we look at it, we get an idea for how these different schools develop. I always recommend In Knowledge of Higher Worlds, which is Steiner's book, In Search of the Miraculous, which is Gurdjieff's book, Edgar Cayce on Atlantis, which is another mystery school. Huge influence there with Cayce and the incredible work that he gave us. And then I would say The Secret Doctrine in relation to Theosophy. Yes.
You know, it seems like certainly there's value in reading what other people have discovered, especially when they're mystics. But ultimately, doesn't it come down to having your own practice? It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it is authentic to you and it works, and it brings you closer to enlightenment, to God, to realization.
It's no question. Well, and the thing is, too, I think when we talk about these things, it is books, groups, information are to bring about that connection, that magnetic center to this work. And the study of the mystery schools goes into everything. It goes into art, architecture. It's not an archaic thing either. Like we look back to the 19th century, and that's it. You know, the Steiner's work, in fact, there was a prediction that this was the era where anthroposophy would really kind of begin to blossom the way that it should. There are always influences going on from the mystery side in modern society. They come in heavy at times, they withdraw at other times. But certainly, when we look to the founding and the first release of these mystery school techniques, which gave us people like Blavatsky and Besant and Krishnamurti and Steiner and Cayce, we can see that there's a really powerful rush of information that comes out. You know, on this program, we've had people like Gigi Young, of course, who can outline so many things on a spiritual level. And so I think that Gigi really sees herself as somebody who is sharing mystical information as opposed to just a teacher of, mystery techniques or anything. But it's that type of incredible information that is available to us. There are some phenomenal people and phenomenal things for us to study. So it's not for a lack of incredible information right now that the society is not moving forward. And I think just with the people that we have in this program, you can really start to see the things that you can connect in with. The work of Dr. Joseph Farrell relating to secret and hidden arcane truths in society. Of course, Catherine Austin Fitt's work, Ilana Freeland's work. I mean, there's an incredible range of people who can help us see the world as it is. And I don't think that the mystery schools are supposed to be something where we're just supposed to go off and think about, I'm trying to be spiritual or something. It's an integrated process. And that's why I think the Gurdjieff work is actually quite good for this. Everyone, you're watching the Dark Journalist X Series 100, Part 2. This is Mystery Schools Revealed. Stell, Sorobia, and of course, Steiner. We're going to be taking your questions in the second half of the program, so you can ask those in caps. And Miss Olivia, how's it going out there?
Vincognito says their Sarmuni, G's Sarmon, liken themselves to bees collecting honey, knowledge. At times, some of the knowledge is released publicly, but they also withdraw. We seem to be in a withdrawal period.
Yeah, well, I think what they do is they release the information. That's it's interesting because Sarmung is supposedly where Gurdjieff got the Enneagram, which is that fascinating transformative symbol to study that he brought out first, way before they did all these kind of crazy things with the Enneagram. For a while, it was like I guess your type game. But it is a very good point that I think it's important. You see, if you put that information out there through these different individuals, and if there are these strands for these independent communities to come together and develop, then what happens is people get to work on those ideas, and the mystery traditions can sort of watch what people do with it. And certainly there were schools that came after Theosophy. I can think of all kinds of them. The Church Universal with Elizabeth Clare Prophet, who shows up tonight in a couple of segments. This is going to be, what I find is that it's not that there's not value in those things. There are. Alice Bailey comes after Theosophy. It just seems like there's a watering down of the really kind of strong, powerful essence of Theosophy, Anthroposophy as it came through, as it showed up initially. And certainly through the work of people like Steiner and Casey, we get the foundations of what we're talking about. But that whole tradition and that whole thing can explode for us now, because as I see it, they've predicted that this is the time that we rediscover all of their incredible knowledge. And I'll tell you, it seems to me that the mainstream has been trying to talk us out of this for the past 2 decades and put us on this whole weird, in general, fear track. And I'll tell you, a very suspicious thing that's going on now is they're trying to tie in the whole, domestic terrorist bill and the clampdown on society, and they're starting to lace in. I've been seeing these articles that are starting to equate things like Q, for example, which was never violent to start with anyway, but it was sort of the piñata for the mainstream media. And it's something which on this program, we also always discourage people from getting into that. But they've started to equate that with New Age thought. And I have now several examples in high-profile newspapers and magazines that are doing that. And I'm starting to look at that and saying, the next thing that they want to do is say, you can't think about these ideas. Don't think about Atlantis. Don't think about psychic phenomena. Don't think about aligning yourself spiritually unless you're doing it through Bill Gates' app. That's, it's going to be the passport to, you don't need just a vaccine passport, but your passport for ascension is going to be, taking the extra app, and so that's where the idiocy, is really creeping in. They're trying to creep into these different areas where they don't belong. And as far as I'm concerned, we have to draw a very hard line in the sand on that.
Well, there's infiltration everywhere.
Yes.
Do you want
absolutely.
to talk about that in relation to the mystery schools?
Yeah. let's see. Well, where do we go next? Let's do this. A quick line here about Steiner laying out how this all happened, and then we're going to jump into some infiltration of these mystery schools. All right. Quote, and this is from a fantastic book called Spiritualism, Madame Blavatsky and Theosophy by Rudolf Steiner, an eyewitness view of occult history, which is a series of really deep lectures on how much Steiner reveres Blavatsky, in fact, even though he can see the problems from what happened with Theosophy later. Quote, you all know that a theosophical movement has existed since 1875, just as spiritualism has done for the last 40 years. Theosophy has been busy establishing as a solid truth that the material world is not all that there is, but that there are higher beings, real facts, and beings that cannot be reached and investigated solely by the external senses. Spiritualism has its own methods for investigating the existence of a spiritual soul world. Theosophy is also interested in these higher worlds. It is a simple historical fact that before they started working in a theosophical manner, the founders of the theosophical movement were part of the spiritualist movement. It's true. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky and Colonel Olcott, the great messengers of the theosophical movement, came out of the spiritual movement, and some people have quipped that the early Theosophical Society was a society of discontented spiritualists. In fact, all Blavatsky and Olcott were seeking was the truth about the spiritual realm, and they came to the conclusion that Theosophy was the right approach. What they changed was the method, the research techniques. I shall not go here into all the reasons for the change. And then one other little line here. The mystery schools constitute an actual society of individualities working together and influencing each other. The Theosophist is aware of their existence and calls them the great brotherhood of adepts. If we honestly believe in evolution, we must at least believe in this as a possibility. For those who have experienced it can testify that it really exists. Materialism peaked around the middle of the 19th century. Higher beings then saw that a materialist tide was unavoidable and that they would need to provide the counterforces. They were not in the least critical of this material movement, knowing that modern technology would make powerful, much-needed progress in the process. This is why we shouldn't fight the materialist movement, but the destructiveness of the materialist science in respect to the soul demands a counterpole be provided. A spiritual stream to act as a counterpart to the material stream in humanity. So this is quite important. What it's saying is, just as we've said on this program, like, we're not against technology. The people in the ideas room are not against technology. What it is, in fact, is we cannot be caught unawares by this advent of technology taking over every aspect of our lives. In fact, so that we need to become its master, as opposed to just being, the slave of this technology. And this is where the Ahrimanic side of Steiner's cosmology comes in, because that Ahrimanic force wants to catch humanity drowsy and take it over with this technology and lock it into a virtual reality that he refers to as the eighth sphere. And we've done programs on the eighth sphere, and we've done them with Gigi Young, and I highly recommend those because I think a lot of her explanations about how that functions and operates in the 21st century are very accurate. But I think what Steiner was trying to warn us of was the advent of the technology would lock us in an artificial cycle of evolution through Ahriman, in that, as opposed to our normal cycle of evolution, which is supposed to take us in a totally different spiritual direction, this Ahrimanic evolution, working through the technology in the 21st century, would attempt to capture humanity, in fact. And so this is what we are looking out at and what we are seeing in the kind of Gates revolution, in these different aspects that we're seeing with artificial intelligence attempting to take over our day-to-day functions, make choices about our children, our family life, our physical desires. This is exactly what he was warning about. Well, by contrast, by the way, the Theosophical Society was looking at a kind of rosier picture for the 21st century. And what they were seeing was, we're going to evolve into this next root race. And that next root race, by the way, is going to be psychic, and they're going to communicate telepathically, and they're going to have a higher spiritual sense. We're all going to be so much better off. The problem is, and the world teacher is going to come and help us lead the way. And so I actually believe in a lot of that. I think both are true in a sense. But Steiner really highlighted that the harmonic portion is the real bridge that humanity has to cross. And this is the crossroads that we're at. And it's extremely dangerous because, like World War II, for example, there was incredible carnage as a result of the new technology and the ways that people could try to annihilate each other. Well, now we're in a totally different ballgame. Far, far beyond that with the technology. So the danger for humanity, I would say, is gigantic, which is why I think the mystery traditions become more and more important in our understanding and our working with these things. This is the period that they predicted we'd plug back into this and get so much out of it. Everyone, you're watching the Dark Journalist Show. We are here with X100. We're going deep on Steiner, Stell, and Serobia, the Mystery Schools Revealed. We're going to be taking your questions in the second half. And I'm going to jump into a section here that goes into Stell and Richard Keenager and some very dramatic revelations about Atlantis and Lemuria and the rebuilding of the kingdom of God. Yes, very unusual stuff coming out of Stell. But before we get there, Miss Olivia.
Clive Richardson wanted to know, what is the actual purpose or reason for mystery schools? World Change Brief wanted to know, why is the word mystery used? It's confusing. Sam Rick said mystery means missed story. What do you think?
Wow, those are all very interesting. The mysteries are the mysteries. There's a great deal of mystery in our lives, in our spiritual understanding, in our relationships, in our own development. So I like the large-scale philosophical edge of the question, but all I can say is each person knows what a mystery is to themselves, and they've had certain kind of involvement with that. The mysteries in the Greek tradition, in the Egyptian tradition, were the deeper aspects of soul knowledge that a person could attain to if they exerted a certain amount of will in that direction to learn these things. And I would say that there's a lot of different ways to see how it functions for us, but certainly the preservation of that deeper spiritual knowledge and the ability of these kind of higher beings to help humanity move along that path to a better evolution and to make sure that in the process of their developing that they don't destroy themselves. It's certainly part of that. And beyond that, I think the proper spiritual evolution of humanity as a whole. But it's a great question.
Can I cut to the chase?
Yeah.
Okay, so is there, would you say that the mystery schools all agree to a certain extent on it? The amazing thing is that life here is a mystery. We don't know who we are, where we came from. There's all these different opinions on it. The mystery schools, is there some kind of a consensus about the source of human life and consciousness, about God and the structure of the universe?
Well, they all have a spiritual edge to them. Even the left-hand schools understand there are spiritual forces involved. But, I'd say that what they all agree upon is that the society at large is largely ignorant of the incredible impact of the mystery traditions and the incredible secrets contained even in, like powerful religious texts like the Bible, or, in the different ways that people have apprehended religious thought and spiritual thought. The thing is, religion very often is kind of a textbook. It's kind of a guidebook. But at a certain point, you're on your own. And when you're on your own, you have all those principles you learned through these different traditions. So I think it goes back and forth in relation to, the role of that kind of knowledge or information and how they perceive it. It's definitely a deeper spiritual understanding, one way or another. So let's take a look here at how there's some very unusual attempts by these mystery schools to influence us, and how sometimes when they do it and it comes out in real time, and we go just from thinking about, oh, this mystery tradition, to what people have actually done. For example, as I mentioned with anthroposophy, you know, they developed spiritual science, they developed biodynamic farming and all these different things that a society can use. So it wasn't just theoretical information. They gave you actual knowledge to apply. And then they said that the, you know, wisdom of the ancients is not just the things that they knew, it's the application. It's what they would actually do with it. That's the actual Goetheanum there, the headquarters, Dornach, Switzerland, for anthroposophy. That was designed, you know, and it's interesting because, of course, the Nazis movement, which was very contentious, even in its early days with the Steiner work, and with theosophy, from which it grabbed the swastika and turned it into a total different thing. But that's the original Goetheanum, and I think it speaks to us even from an architectural level when we look at that. And we can see that Steiner was trying to impart to us this information, you know, knowledge of higher worlds and entertainment. That's really kind of a good place for us to start with Steiner's work, because that's really how we move into thinking of things beyond theory, and we start to integrate that spiritual vision into our lives. And so we do it in a variety of different ways that set off and ignite those things in our imagination or in our understanding. What happens along the way is that there was an attempt by Annie Besant. Actually, I have some wonderful exteganography images I want to share, and I want to get into something about Besant here. So this is an absolutely fascinating exteganography image from this artwork from Theosophy. And the X was incorporated in their actual logo as we get in here. I would say that Besant is another one who took the spiritual stream and made it something alive in the world and didn't just keep it on a heady level, which, you know, I like things on a heady level sometimes, frankly, but it is nice to see what happens when these things are applied and they come out in the real world and we get to kind of observe them. That original Theosophical logo, which has, you know, both the Star of David and the swastika and the Egyptian Ankh, you know, the exteganography was embedded directly in their logo. And the phrase, you know, there is no higher religion than truth, was the other piece that Theosophy brought forward. And this incredible kind of earthquake that Theosophy started by bringing this out and by giving us that, you know, the deeper X knowledge, the exteganography embedded, and bringing that out publicly, which helped us get to anthroposophy. And the different things that Besant and Colonel Olcott and Blavatsky brought forward in doing these things, we have to remember that that's where this whole modern wave started there in the late 19th century, early 20th century, for giving us all those things. You know, right now we'll see somebody walk down the street with a yoga pack on, and, you know, that's really, I look at that and I say to myself, it's really the influence of Theosophy and making that Eastern side of things palatable and balanced out with the Western knowledge. Of course, Besant launched the career of Krishnamurti, and we're going to see Besant and Krishnamurti pop up here in a very interesting part of this story called Sarobia. Sarobia is an intentional community that was founded around 1920, and it was founded by someone named Robert Logan, who was a disciple of Besant's, but he was a Wall Street lawyer. And his wife, Sarah, was a kind of a debutante, and she had a bookbinding business, and he was a sculptor. And in addition to being this Wall Street guy who'd gone to Harvard. So something really dramatic happened in this attempt. And I see a number of different attempts for intentional communities spinning off of these mystery traditions. Some of them go off course and really off the rails. And some of them are just there for a while and do incredible work. We've talked about J.G. Bennett's work on this program in the Claymont Society, which he developed in West Virginia. But what I think is quite fascinating is they leave behind this incredible footprint, and then they withdraw, and we can't see exactly where this stuff is coming from. But Besant herself, as I said, was someone who had brought forward an incredible combination of political action and also wanted to move. She had become Blavatsky's main disciple, in addition to Emma Britton, and they both, had basically become who Blavatsky was going to leave things off to. And Emma Britton, who was here in Boston, actually, she ended up running afoul of Blavatsky because she was coming, again, from that more Western Christian esoteric tradition, and Blavatsky by that point had gone totally Eastern. But as we can see with Besant and Gandhi, who was one of her direct disciples, the whole point around the nonviolent demonstration comes directly out of theosophical tradition. Gandhi used it, and then what happened? He inspired Martin Luther King. So the entire civil rights movement now rests on the actions of Annie Besant, who was protesting in the 1870s for the conditions of working girls in factories. So we have to see how these things are more than just the visionary side of things. The visionary side is so powerful and so important, and it feeds the other side. But we can see that these movements actually had a direct impact on the society around them, in fact. And, in particular, when we're looking at Besant, there's no question about it. One of the societies or the intentional communities that Krishnamurti was associated with Besant was Sarobia. And Sarobia was in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and it's kind of an interesting memory. There's not a lot of documentation around it. Thank God someone named Michael Bergeron wrote a book about it because he became very fascinated with it, and he started to drill down on all the details about Sarobia. And Sarobia is Sarobia, and it is a theosophical satellite school, collective, art collective, you could even call it, the same way that we've seen with Halcyon. But Halcyon wasn't a Besant project. But as we know, people like Vice President Wallace was deeply involved with the Halcyon Temple in California. So we start to get a handle on the powerful wave of theosophy and how the incredible impact that it's had on America. So there's a lot of mysteries around Logan. And Logan was a vegetarian. He was the president of the Anti-Vivisectionist Society, had incredible regard for nature, and he was trying to develop along the lines that Besant wanted him to develop this community. There's a lot of strange stories in relation to Sarobia. One of them is about these incredible sundials that he would carve. And what happened was when people went back there later, they experienced very unusual magnetic anomalies, which they've demonstrated now. And they can't figure out what's going on with those original sundials. Well, there's another piece with our friend Logan, which is he's the last descendant of James Logan, who was William Penn's secretary. And there's a lot of deep mysticism. When we did an episode on the Mason-Dixon line for the X series, there's a lot in there that is going to tie this in. But so what are we looking at with Sarobia? We have to get a little more background on it. So Besant and Krishnamurti were deeply involved with it. And remembering that Krishnamurti now had decided that he wasn't going to be a part of theosophy anymore at a certain point. But here he is still working at that point with Besant. One of the interesting things that I found out that they had there at Sarobia was an entirely underground setup of 15 rooms. And this is something, I guess, that's still there. And I don't think they've done any excavating on that because everything at that place is so overgrown. But to me, these are kind of like initiatory rite centers. The official story is, hey, they wanted a cool place to hang out in the summer. I don't quite see that. What's interesting is the entire description is not there, but it says dedicated to the mysteries and the integrity, and then it says something about the freedom of a bird. So it seems to me something was going on with the development of those rooms beneath the complex. And I'm not suggesting that in a sinister fashion, but I actually think that they were kind of initiatory setups there because everything is so artistic around this place. One of the artists who was living there, in fact, contributed this amazing artwork, and he was actually a very popular impressionist painter. We'll get into him shortly here. But that is, in fact, the Theosophical logo and this incredible artwork, which I'm going to give more information on. But it's giving us an idea of where this community was coming from. So in Serovia, they also had something which was it was actually later mimicked in an episode of The Prisoner, which is the human chessboard. And that is literally human parts.
So is that a picture for The Prisoner, or is that a
no, that's a picture from The Prisoner show.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the same. I'm going to show where that ties up. This is very interesting to me. There's an esoteric aspect to this human chessboard, which goes back to the original development of chess. And I think we're going to learn a lot as we go. I found other examples of this also. And I think that its development and the fact that it's left over there in Serovia, the Logans invited friends over for a friendly game of human chess, giving each participant a costume that signified one of the 32 pieces used for the contest: kings, queens, pawns, knights, bishops, rooks, both black and white. Well, we could look at that as kind of an Illuminati-style thing. And yet, remember, the Illuminati is actually the reverse of everything that these mystery schools do. So they're kind of like a weird caricature inversion of the facts.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Catherine Harris says that chessboard is wild. Like, who calls the moves? So who's in charge? Do you know of the chessboard?
Well, I know how they've depicted it, but, of course, without an actual eyewitness testimony, it would be hard to say. But I think that the fact that it's there, also the fact that there's allusions to imagery of Humpty Dumpty and Alice in Wonderland, let us know we're in a whole mystery school wing of this Serovia society. This is Serovia, and that is actually our friend Logan in full-on kind of wizard gear, I guess you could say, with his sundial. And so this is somebody who really had gone over and deep into this mystery place. Now, his wife and daughter, this gets very interesting because, I actually want to show this shot. This is him with a very unusual image of an owl that he carved. Again, the mysticism runs deep. Now, I know that we've seen things like owls connected with Moloch and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what's going on here with his really deep devotion to animals, but I think that we're seeing the mystical side of this, the kind of inverse from the Illuminati-esque side of it. Sarah Logan, which was Robert's wife, and her daughter Deborah. Sarah is also very interesting indeed, and again, when we look at Sarah, I think we're looking at somebody who Annie Besant was taking on as a personal disciple. And at a certain point, Besant came to her and said, you know what I'd like to do? I would like you to let go of all your servants. I'd like you to do it as kind of a character building exercise. You've got 16 servants here. You don't need them. Do the work yourself. And so she had to take this on. Remember, she came from this kind of debutante background. And she had to let all the servants go because Besant said, hey, it's not going to happen. Here is actually the obit from when she died. and it just says, widow of attorney, was member of old Philadelphia family. Mrs. Sarah Wetherill Logan, who with her husband, Robert Logan, a retired attorney, established an experimental art colony on their estate, Sorobia, a decade ago. She died after a brief illness. Sorobia and the story of Sorobia, I'm going to give as many details as I can here tonight, but there's something quite unique about it. I consider it the first, in-depth theosophical attempt there in Pennsylvania to establish a colony, an intentional community that had the direct backing of Besant. This is Deborah Logan, and this ties into something very interesting. She was very unusual, very interested in language, and very interested in esoteric subjects. Deborah Logan had an unusual relationship with her parents, and at a certain point, they considered her visions and things to be signs of her having mental illness, which is really interesting considering the kind of way that she was raised. That's more of Logan with his wife. And you can see she has the snake around her neck, and then he's in the native garb again. And we have to remember that he was, she was basically from an incredibly wealthy family, and here he was, this Wall Street lawyer. And here they are in full mystery school garb at Sorobia, once again. At Sorobia, we also find statues of Bastet, which is the cat goddess. So apparently some cat worship there. I'm sure you can relate.
Yes, Charles Marlowe wanted to know, DJ, what about the cat mystery schools? They are a thing, are they not?
It certainly is. Well, the thing is, at Sorobia, there are incredible statues of cats all along the way. So if you were looking for cat mysticism, it's in there. Let's spend a little time with Deborah Logan. And unfortunately, she had a tragic ending, but I want to show this picture of her parents beneath a picture, a carving of Humpty Dumpty. And again, Sorobia was covered in this Alice in Wonderland style. They had fountains of Alice in Wonderland, and the Humpty Dumpty sculpture, I think, is also very unusual. I have a close-up of it as it is today. It's still there. And obviously, we know the deep occult significance of the Humpty Dumpty story, and we've done that in an episode that was all about Alice in Wonderland.
DJ.
Yes.
Writer Lee West says Sorobia is not listed in Wikipedia. How did you hear of it?
Isn't that interesting? Well, you have to be a dark journalist to find this. It is not something that's very widely known. But if you go deeply and you look for connections that relate to Annie Besant and Krishnamurti, you'll find all sorts of magic things. But that's a great question. I do recommend, it's not a for print book by Bergeron. Mike Bergeron, he wrote this, I guess he was kind of obsessed with Sorobia, and he felt maybe he had lived there or something like that. So he wrote a really nice just Kindle version of it that's right up there that you can read. I read it in a day, and I was fascinated all the way through. It's just quite interesting. But I think that Sorobia is a real connection with a kind of mystery school colony that they were attempting there. And I think that there's a lot of information that the mystery schools get from these little setups. Remember, the Gurdjieff school said that their members didn't go above 100. This is something that Gurdjieff said about groups studying the system. They weren't looking for worldwide fame in large groups. They wanted a contained number of people. And I find that interesting, and I feel like in these smaller groups, if we dissect what was going on with them, if we kind of analyze it and go deep, we're going to get some very interesting revelations. I pointed out what they were saying about the sundial. I just want to read what Bergeron wrote in relation to this. He said, an unexplained magnetic force on the east side of the eastern sundial slot had an adverse effect on the compass, yet on the west side, the instrument acts normally. This is that kind of apotheum effect around these things. And I think that Logan was engaged in experiments that might almost be like Coral Castle style magnetic changes. And then what he says is, I performed the same test on the western sundil's face, but no irregularity occurred, leading me to question Why does it act so strangely on the eastern side? The answer to that is left up to the reader's imagination, but he goes in to the different experiments that he does, and I find that section fascinating. So if you get the back of the book, definitely read that. Now, Deborah Logan is going to get us into something very interesting here. Deborah went to Hollywood in 1920. During 1920, while in Ventura, California, Deborah met her future husband, George Starr, with 2 R's, White. Dr. White. A physician whose practice of alternative therapy attracted Sarah Logan, her mother, to him. The elder Logan introduced her daughter to White, who was the future author of a 1929 publication entitled The Guiding Power or Plan of the Universe, a Marvelous Revelation of Life After Death. A very strange, very deep, off-the-wall, esoteric tone. The couple married in 1922. Deborah was 22. White was 55, at least a decade older than Robert Logan, which infuriated Logan. The doctor had been married previously and widowed under mysterious circumstances, according to newspaper clipping. His daughter Marion was 5 when White married Deborah a year after the death of the child's mother. The girl's new stepmother reportedly adopted the youngster. Let's look at Dr. White. This is the book. And let me tell you, this is a very strange piece of work. It comes out in the late 20s. Dr. White has one of the largest clientele in Los Angeles at the time. And someone who was shuttling her family around at that time was the mother of someone named Richard Keenager. And this woman was involved with a group called the Lemurian Fellowship, who also comes up here tonight. So I'm going to get into some of this now. And while I'm checking that out, Miss Olivia?
Debbie McAdoo says, does Humpty Dumpty represent the portal through the sun, cracking the cosmic egg, the shell between the worlds? Dan Winter describes the act of Kundalini to form the beak that breaks the cosmic egg. Oh,
that is really interesting. Well, Humpty Dumpty definitely has a lot of fragility references. But Humpty Dumpty shows up unusually when he is reenacted in the Alice Mysteries. And that's the kind of the aspect of Humpty Dumpty that I think is more fascinating.
And Chi-Chi would say, meditate on it. See what comes to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is interesting, I think, what you're saying about the egg, too. All right, now, let's meet a couple of doctors here. Is there a doctor in the house? Dr. Stell. Very interesting indeed. Dr. Robert Stell, 1881 to 1952, he was the leader of the Lemurian Fellowship Mystery School. Now, one of the tenets of the Lemurian Fellowship was this outline of Lemurian principles. And we all know that Lemuria is the counterpart to Atlantis, and that Lemuria had its own kind of mystery tradition and its own refugees from that culture when it sank. And a lot of that goes to the west coast of America, a lot of it goes to Asia. One of the things in the Casey readings in relation to Lemuria and Mu, which is the name of this culture, is that one of the remnants here in America of Lemuria were the totem poles that the Native Americans used in the Northwest. Dr. Stell was deeply spiritual, naturally clairvoyant, and felt he had all these contacts with these Lemurian mystery brotherhoods. We can say whether or not he did, but this was the information he was getting. And that whole thing about Mount Shasta and Lemuria largely comes from this Lemurian Fellowship. People go to Mount Shasta today, and there's this whole rumor that the Lemurians went there and they lived underground, and Mount Shasta and all the rest. It's a very spiritual location, there's no question about it, and the stories you can accept or not. But nonetheless, Dr. Stell was giving this kind of doctrine to the world and giving the Lemurian fellowship principles. And it was all about economics and spiritual balance and all these different things. It was a very in-depth philosophy that he was presenting there in all the way through the 1940s. Now, somebody who was around in this period was the mother of this Richard Kininger, and she was really wrapped up in all of this work, and she actually wanted her son to know all about this. Kininger would eventually write this phenomenal book called The Ultimate Frontier. And so many of us on the mystery school side and in the spiritual side have seen this book over the years. It's one of those classics that really gets into, you know, was early out of the gate. 1963 is when it was released. In fact, the anniversary of when it was written, I found out, was yesterday.
Wow.
So happy 60th anniversary to the book. And it's claimed to be written by Eklal Kushan. In fact, that's Kininger's pseudonym. And there were a lot of interesting kind of odd things that Kininger did around this. Kininger himself is a very complex figure, and that's a picture of him actually holding the book. But in fact, the scandals and things about Kininger aside, I want to get into some of the aspects of the book. But Kininger had the kind of the fingerprints of a couple of different things. On one hand, he had a lot of human failings, and he screwed up his own attempt to start a mystery school. On the other hand, he seemed to be psychically in touch with this whole Lemurian fellowship group. Now, what happens is Dr. Stell dies kind of prematurely, or no one expected it, and the Lemurian fellowship doesn't know what to do. Now, a few of the things that we learned about Kininger is he had a photographic memory. He absorbed information incredibly well. He was isolated growing up there in Illinois by the different people at his school, kind of alienated him as sort of a smart geek, in essence. So he developed kind of an unbalanced way of dealing with things. And what happened was he started to apply the philosophy that he had learned. He'd been kicked out of the Lemurian Fellowship for writing articles imitating their work without giving the credit back to Dr. Stell and the incredible things that he laid out there. So what he does is he starts something called the Stell community. And Stell, depending on which translation you want, means either place or star. So it's the star community or it's the place. And in the book, he outlines in The Ultimate Frontier this incredible relationship with this brotherhood of mystery schools, which are saying that he has to prepare and create this colony, very much like Serovia. But this one is going to be technologically sustainable, and it will get through the incredible devastation of the United States, and it will get through this kind of Armageddon conditions. He'll attract the great scientists, and all these different things will happen there in the Stell community. Now, in there, they also outline that the Lemurians were this advanced group, and that they had this incredible culture, and that all of the outlines of their system will be enacted in this Stell community. And that there's all this combination with Atlantis, and they tell Kininger, you know, you were Akhenaten. I mean, the story gets higher and higher and higher. And it's written in a way of these figures showing up. But one of the very interesting figures that shows up initially, before anything gets started, he's like a 12-year-old boy in the book, is Dr. White comes along and gives him all this information about spirituality and brotherhood. Now, it could very well be, and there is some speculation here, that what happened was Kininger had a vision problem when he was younger, and White had a book out about how to improve your vision. Like he had these special methods. And White used all kinds of unusual things like aura reading tools and lights, but he was actually very advanced on the holistic side, as strange a character as he was. Now remember, Dr. White is married to Deborah Logan, the young daughter of the Logans at Sorobia. And so now we have our friend Keenanger talking all about this Dr. White, who shows up and gives him all this advice and tells him all about his past lives and everything else. And then in the middle of that book is this big outline of the Lemurian Fellowship material. And then he calls the community Stell. So it's all basically through and through one thing that we're talking about, which is Keenanger is taking all that information that Dr. Stell got from the Lemurian Fellowship Mystery School that he founded, and all this information that he got from this Dr. White, who was married to Deborah Logan, and he is formulating an entire philosophy out of it. And it's actually seems incredibly deep and unusual, because what he's doing is he's drawing on two very major mystery school traditions. If in fact Keenanger had been chosen by these mystery schools, if that had been the case, and they would have been disappointed with some of the activities that he got up to later. But it is interesting, the Stell story has always been strange. One of the main things that they put forward were they were going to develop these airships in order to survive these cataclysms. And this was one of the key things around the Stell community, which was just outside of Chicago, about 30 miles outside of Chicago, but basically kind of in the middle of nowhere. Now, Stell is there now as like a real estate community. It's not really the Stell group so much anymore. That's kind of gone on over time. But a lot of those people who were in the Stell group came forward and talked about trying to develop an intentional community there. One of the amazing things that they ended up doing was developing their own phone system outside of the regular phone system. And that community only grew to about 200 people, where in the book he says it's going to grow to be this, 200,000 people or something like that. So there's a lot of weird left turns that Keenanger takes as he goes along. One of the interesting people who comes out of that group, Stell, you may recognize him, it's David Hatcher Childress. And I'll tell you an interesting thing about Childress, which is he co-owned a travel business with Keenanger. And that's where that whole Adventures Unlimited stuff, well, it was these ancient mystery tour type things. And we're talking about a really young Hatcher Childress, because this is in the 80s, so just to get us wrapped around this. Everyone, you're watching the Dark Journalist Show. This is X Series 100, Part 2, going deep, deep on Steiner, Stell, and Sorobia, getting to the mystery school reveal here as we move through this. We're going to be taking your questions in the second part of the program. That's coming up, so I got to hustle here. And you can ask them all in caps. Miss Olivia, how you doing? Okay.
Great. Gigi just joined us.
Excellent. So this is definitely a Gigi show.
Exactly. Mount Cleverest wants to know, DJ, is Sorobia Atlantean or Lemurian?
No, I would definitely say that the Stell work is supposed to be part of that Lemurian Fellowship Mystery School. I would actually call Sorobia as more out of that sort of Theosophical Atlantean tradition. And, the way that I look at it is these were small-scale versions where the mystery schools were really watching the results of what was happening with the human interaction here, and if the people involved in those communities were advancing, et cetera. And I think that they were working with different teachers to try to get those results. I think Logan tried very hard with his intentional community, and I think it had a lot of support, as we saw from both Besant and Krishnamurti. Krishnamurti went there on a regular basis, so he obviously thought very highly of it. As an intentional community, it's still very unknown, so there's a lot for us to know there. One of the things about Keenanger I have to mention is that they started to, after he founded Stell in the 70s, the book became a big hit and all the rest. Then they started to say, well, Stell's an apocalyptic society. And so it got a lot of bad press, et cetera. The New York Times covered it. The apocalypse never happened, but a community did. This is kind of extensive coverage for mainstream media to get in on this very small group. 85 miles south of Chicago, where farmland rolls out to the horizon in every direction, sits the tiny community of Stell. At first glance, it resembles a typical residential subdivision of ranch houses, but a brief history is remarkable. Proclaimed as the precursor to the Kingdom of God by Richard Kininger, the guru-like founder, Stell began as a spiritual commune, intended to survive an apocalyptic event. As that dark vision faded, the town became a vibrant outpost of the sustainability movement and evolved into an open community of 100 or so good neighbors. That number 100 again. This is very interesting because I will say this, The Ultimate Frontiers is an innovation as a book because it talks about the deep mystery tradition. It talks about, Atlantis and Lemuria, and it talks about the collapse of the United States, and it talks about the incredible destruction, cataclysm aspect, and how they need to build airships to survive. And it talks all about sustainability, and then it also talks about land rising, not in the Atlantic this time, but in the Pacific, and that's where they're going to create this new community. It's very unusual. The sophistication lies in that it's drawing on this Lemurian fellowship information. But Kininger himself starts to become a very strange character in all this. And I think there is a mystery school connection as much as there's a lot of puffery going on with Kininger and a lot of strange activities, and a lot of activities that will eventually get him booted out of Stell, interestingly enough. By the way, more coverage on that. Kininger will start another community called Adelphi when he's thrown out of Stell. And a utopian society built in Texas town in 1984 to survive the end of the world. There he is again now, setting up Adelphi and getting this coverage of being like the Apocalypse Man, which is kind of different than the Ultimate Frontier started out as. There's an article, very interesting article, about Richard Kininger and UFOs. And I'm going to get into a little bit of it here. In the October 1970 issue of his newsletter, Anomaly, John Keel, we mentioned very much on this program, mentioned the contactee experiences of Richard Kininger, founder of the Stell Group in the community Stell, not far from Chicago, Illinois. In Keel's view, this was another example of the manipulative elementals playing games with a credulous victim. I bought the book Ultimate Frontier, written by Kininger under the pen name Iqbal Kushana, and was immediately fascinated by his claims of being contacted by a secret brotherhood, especially as this brotherhood was said to use anti-gravity aircraft, flying saucers, as part of their activities. Again, I think the book is kind of innovative for the period that it's in. Remember, it came out in '63. In 1979, I entered several years of correspondence with various representatives of Stell, Heather Norris, and Kininger himself. I subscribed to their newsletter and acquired as much data and material as I could from the group. There was one essay, Space Vehicles and Travelers, written by Richard Kininger. I found it profoundly intriguing. Written in 1966, it stated, regarding flying saucers, some are interplanetary vehicles, others are of earthly origin. The ones which are from this planet are saucer-shaped, generally trapezoidal cross-section with 3 hemispherical engine pods on the underside. They were first developed by man on this planet about 20,000 years ago and have been used by members of the lesser brotherhoods continuously since that time.
Okay, wait, you lost me for a second. Who said that?
That's Kininger's quote.
Oh, okay.
And he's talking and saying that UFOs are actually ancient Lemurian technology and Atlantean technology that's still being used. Which again, in 1963, I think is a pretty edgy thing to be saying. Well, that's 66. So I'm going to kind of get past some of the other pieces of this.
Can I insert a question
Yes.
right here? It'd be perfect.
Absolutely.
So, Vern Baumgarten wanted to know, is it possible that the mystery schools have a connection with extraterrestrials? And Ray Story wants to know, are aliens in Switzerland the real puppet masters? If so, is the deep state agenda controlled by non-terrestrial powers? And for how long has this been going on? So let's get into it.
I'm thinking about Switzerland. There's a lot of things to cover.
Yes, there is.
I mean, the Billy Myers story comes out of Switzerland.
Exactly.
But the BIS and CERN and all. I can at least answer the mystery school part with the UFO thing. If you go in the theosophical tradition, go along. By the time you get to the UFO thing, all of the participants, Adamski, all the different people who came forward were all theosophists. So they were trained and ready for this, for sure, on the spiritual side, as opposed to just saying the mystery school is using advanced technology. Whatever the UFO phenomena represents, and whatever's in the UFO file, the mystery schools, the Theosophical Society readied these people. They trained them. And so that by the time you get to Adamski and all that, the big 50s contactees, they're all deeply in that tradition of the mystery schools, especially Theosophy. So there's a huge crossover there. There's no question about it. A little bit more on this. And this is Walter Cox, who knew, he was close to Kissinger for many years, and the interviews were with the different Still residents and stuff. But Cox went deep because he knew Kissinger. What he said was, to sum up, I would say that Kissinger showed less respect for truth than any person I ever met. He lied about everything, large and small. He lied when there was no reason to lie. He lied to avoid the natural repercussions of his actions. He lied to his wife, his many girlfriends, his daughter, and every friend he ever had. Does that mean I think the philosophy of the ultimate frontier is false? No, I think the philosophy itself is sound, and I'm thankful Richard wrote the book. It's very interesting. Whenever you get around Kissinger and his work with independent, setting up these communities, there's always a firestorm of controversy around Kissinger, and he's always eventually thrown out for lying, for misconduct, whatever it happens to be. So he has that trail to him, and it would seem like, oh, this is just some cult leader, et cetera, et cetera. But the story goes a little bit deeper. In Ramona, California, which is outside of San Diego, this is where so much of the Lemurian Fellowship thrived. And they did write letters, kind of cease and desist type letters to Kissinger to stop using the philosophy because they considered the material that Dr. Stell got from a legitimate mystery school. So when Kissinger was thrown out of these different schools, they would come in, the Lemurian Fellowship would come in and work with Stell and work with Adelphi and say, don't worry about him, we'll take care of him, but we'll work with you on the principles, etc. And the idea was not so much that Kissinger was an outright fraud, but that he was somebody who was initiated into a process and then bailed out and became a classic cult leader type. And he, suffered real consequences, and people were incredibly disappointed in him, especially the ones who bought into the incredible philosophy of the ultimate frontier. And we've known a lot of people over the years who are really into that book and the tradition. What I can say about that book is because it weighs so heavily on Dr. Stell's original work, there is, regardless of Kissinger's inconsistencies and bizarre behavior, the book itself actually revealed some things. But let's go into an interesting thing that might open up a bit about Kissinger, might let us see what was going on there with Stell. So there's someone named Victor who was at Stell throughout the time that Kissinger was there and afterwards, and he sustained the community. His name is Victor, and he'd spent many years of hard work at Stell. He began worrying about the validity of working for Stell and all the things that he had done. And so he voiced a prayer, dear God and dear brotherhoods, if you exist, please let me know if this community is for real. Please let me know if I'm just wasting my time here, if I've risked my family and everything else for nothing. Please let me know if Richard Kissinger has been telling the truth and if I should stay. Victor went to sleep the next morning and awoke to a telephone call. The voice on the other end of the phone said, hello, I'm calling in reference to your questions for more information. about Richard Kinninger and the validity of your presence in Stell. Perhaps we can arrange a meeting. Well, that's one way to get an answer to prayer, I guess. A date was set, and a few days later, a large Mercedes pulled up in front of Victor's house. Victor's a real person, by the way, and the story is completely legit. An elderly Chinese man and a young man of perhaps 15 stepped out. To Victor's surprise, it was the young man, Jim, who did the talking while the Chinese man waited in the car. The young man said it was his first assignment from the Brotherhoods, and he was sent to provide Victor with crucial information. Jim confirmed that Richard Kinninger had indeed been contacted by the Brotherhoods as a young man, i.e. mystery schools. But later they came to the conclusion that he would misuse the information. They assigned various keepers who tried to limit the damage Richard might cause. Despite Richard's fabrications, Jim said that Stell had gained positive attention for the Brotherhoods and had the potential to develop in the planned direction. Jim encouraged Victor to stay in the community and help provide leadership at a critical juncture. Because of this visit and the information, Victor decided to stay in Stell. In the mid-90s, Victor again began to question the experience with Jim, and with the help of the internet, he succeeded to trace Jim's phone number. Remember, the guy called in response to his prayer, after all. Later, when Victor tried to search, when Victor phoned Jim, he was surprised that he'd been able to find it, but he confirmed the information he had provided some 10 years earlier. Okay, so he was a 15-year-old kid then. He called from a phone number. 10 years later, this guy calls the same phone number. The guy still has that phone number and confirms all the information. Later, when Victor tried to search the internet again using Jim's name, all the information had been deleted. With the help of Walter Cox, I tried to contact Victor by email to confirm the story. Unfortunately, I received no answer, and I've come to understand that Victor is rather reticent regarding this experience. So this, I think, this gets us into some very interesting places, which is that what we're seeing is, and I think that those are usual figures that are showing up as intermediaries around this, especially since the guy is just psychically making this prayer and then these people show up and call him. And I think the fact that it was an Asian man is interesting as well, because we know so often in the Men in Black stories, they all think that they appear Asian until they look, and we know John Keel did this experiment of showing them Sami people. And over again, people would say, oh yeah, you're right, they weren't Asian, they were Sami. And there's a whole series of episodes we did on the Men in Black that'll give you more information about that. But I think whenever we get around the Kinninger story, we have these weird contradictions about, you know, the kind of things that he did. Did he embezzle money? Well, he eventually wound up going to prison for proclaiming the Republic of Texas and writing checks against the Republic of Texas. And he did go to prison, and he got out of that. I think it was an 18-month sentence. But his life really went down hard in general. He lost his connections with Adelphi. He lost his connection with Stell, the two communities he started. But he wrote this incredible book synthesizing all this information from Dr. Stell. So the question has always been, was this just a con man, or is this part of a mystery school tradition? Whatever it was, it went wrong, although a lot of people's good intentions in Stell kind of move some of these things out. So we're left with an interesting story, which is this is an attempt by the mystery schools to create an intentional community, which is what Dr. Stell said was required going into the 21st century. And it was Kinninger who picked up the mantle. Obviously, his connection was there in the Lemurian Fellowship, and at a certain point they said, this guy is going to be off the rails. But somehow he got the book out, and he got that attention there for the Stell story, which is why I think a number of people are still drawn to the material in that book. Yes, Ms. Olivia.
Well, I'm going to ask you, Ed Coleman says, interesting that White's book came out a year after Manly P. Hall's book, Secret Teachings.
Yeah, that's true.
So something was afoot.
Yes. Well, Manly P. Hall also was only 26 when he did that incredible. How do you get a 26-year-old to do that book?
Because he was an initiate, clearly.
Kinninger died in 2002, and he put a lot of incredible things on the record, but he left an incredible trail of disappointed people in his various, activities. What I will say in relation to Stell and the Ultimate Frontier, though, is that there's some aspect, we can see some crisscross with the mystery school aspect. And remember, one of the key things that Stell was developed for was to create airships. And that whole UFO piece, that independent community. A quick thing that someone noticed, there's somebody out there who did some research who was just, I was like, oh, they're kind of slicing and dicing up Kissinger. And that's one thing. But then they started to be like, and that other fraud, Blavatsky, and, they just go off on everybody. But one of the interesting things I think that they found out was that what we were saying earlier about Stell, the principal and main influence on Kissinger in the creation of his fraud was the Lemurian Fellowship. Now, the Lemurian Fellowship was founded in 1936 by Dr. Stell, who was a doctor of osteopathy, by the way, and Howard John Zitko. At the time they founded their religion, Zitko and Stell claimed to have acquired the teachings of the lost continent of Mu in papers which Zitko found. Later in his life, this Zitko character becomes, I think, very interesting because it's the Lemurian Fellowship teaching lessons that form the kind of basis for the whole Stell philosophy. So we have there a mystery school that kind of went off the rails there. And, it's interesting, by contrast, if you look at the anthroposophical approach, there's been such incredible success and integrity with the work that's gone forward from Steiner. Theosophy had also its kind of train wrecks along the way. And we have had, again, these later versions of schools. One of the ones I want to turn to here is Elizabeth Clare Prophet, just briefly.
Wow.
But before we get into her, Miss Olivia?
Probably just wants to know, in the Stell star community, do you think this is prophetic of the star children coming in nowadays? Unbeknownst to them, they did trigger society to think along these lines, after all.
This is very interesting because you get into a key area that I've thought before, which is a lot of these things that happened too early. And, we've talked before about John Lennon grabbing up lots in the Atlantic Ocean and Ernest Hemingway's brother thinking Atlantis was going to rise based on the Casey readings and the Hemingway family working with the Caseys. But I think that what they were seeing, they were too ready, and they were ahead of the mark, and they didn't realize that this was kind of a gradual process, and it wasn't like, that instant gratification that Atlantis will rise and all this stuff will be revealed. The whole process of this kind of disclosure has taken a long, long, long time. Here we are in 2021, and these things are starting to open up. But we can see that the Stell group planted a seed for sure with that story. And the seed may not have even come from Kissinger. It's probably from Dr. Stell's original work. But it is fascinating when you dig through it and you say, all throughout the book in The Ultimate Frontier, they talk about black mentalists throwing off these different developments in society that are moving things along. And then you look at Stell, and it really seems like something that should have been a success as an independent community, and instead gets thrown off the rails because Kissinger starts to act like a lunatic. That seems like, the warning about black mentalists in the beginning of that book kind of says everything.
I forgot that term. Black mentalists,
I do
really good term.
It does. It says a lot. There's no question about it. Everyone, you're watching the Dark Journalist Show. We're going to be taking your questions here shortly. This is X Series 100 Part 2, Steiner, Stell, and Sorobia. I didn't mention Elizabeth Clare Prophet in the open, but she comes up in this because, again, she is an offshoot of this mystery school piece, and she goes far beyond Alice Bailey's era and all that. She died in 2009, and the Church Triumphant is out there still. The Summit Lighthouse people are still out there in Montana. And I'm going to tell you some weird things about the location that they're in also. This Elizabeth Clare Prophet, very interesting. She actually went to school right here in Boston at BU. And she met Mark Prophet, who was about 30 years older than she was, and was already married. And she was 22, I think, when she met him. And they had some kind of an incredible love at first sight thing. But Mark Prophet saw himself as the communicator on Earth for Saint Germain and his brotherhood. And he had gone to Washington, D.C. to set up the Summit Lighthouse. And the Summit Lighthouse was basically another mystery school idea. And he was giving these lectures and channeling and things of this nature. Now, Elizabeth Clare Prophet had unusual seizures and things when she was younger. And they thought that she was epileptic, but there was something kind of religious stigmata-ish about it. And so we knew that she was going to have this kind of unusual future. Her dad was in the German Navy and was actually questioned as a Nazi spy. So she had a strange background right off the bat. Elizabeth Clare Prophet, though, she brought forward this idea that the Ascended Masters were trying to preserve America. And there's a very big key in this, because that shows
闻台今天进行的单元科技 email， 王道环先生在我们的现场。
大家好，
今天
今天不是1号吗？
对，有杂志。
我们
科学人吗？
不，我们先介绍 BBC Knowledge。
BBC Knowledge。
对，9月号的 BBC Knowledge， 我们还是从这个专栏开始吧。最喜欢这一位先生的专栏 Mosley， 我已经介绍过太多次了，不想再重复。他医学院读到最后1年，突然决定要当电视制作人。不过他制作的节目绝大部分都跟医药有关系。那他写的专栏也跟这个健康医药有直接的关系。像今天的这一期的这一篇，我把那个标题念给大家听，只有5个字，就是早餐吃好蛋。要吃蛋，基本上就是要吃蛋。
早餐
过去也不是光早餐，那基本上就。
哎，你说话了吗？你这好像 mute 了，你能不能听见我说话？我听不见你说话呀，你的 mute 呢？你是 listening allowed to speak， 你现在应该可以说了，你开一下麦。你得开麦，你就可以说了，应该。看看，开麦啊！你没开麦。这个谁没开麦？你得开麦呀！你的 mute 呢？你自己在那 mute 呢，知不知道？不是你说话了吗？我听见一些噪音，没听见说话。你为什么是 listening？ 你那块有一些噪音，但你没说话呀？你这不逗呢吗？哼，你也不敢说话呀？不敢说话，你在这扯啥呢？ 嗯，我看看这个好不好使。不好使啊。
就是我们，通常早餐吃个夹蛋的吐司，算是最简单的早餐嘛。那曾经有一阵子，这个说是吃蛋不好，那真正的原因就是因为说是蛋里面含有胆固醇。那大家一听到胆固醇，就退避三舍啊，什么东西只要含有个胆固醇，好像就是毒品一样。
是，
那现在有越来越多好的研究，有比较大型的研究，而且比较长期追踪的研究，
对胆固醇有
显示吃蛋没有问题。这里边涉及到的问题是一个基本的常识，什么常识呢？那就是我们血液里面测量出来的胆固醇的浓度，不是我们吃进去的，是我们身体自己合成出来的。 身体合成胆固醇的这个机制是极端的复杂的。所以这个假如你有所谓的胆固醇过高的问题，那可能跟你的饮食没有什么，
跟吃没有关系，
跟你的饮食没有直接的关系。OK， 我们应该这么讲。那现在有好几个研究，也不是好几个研究，是很多研究。我刚刚已经讲过了，人数更多，追踪的时间更长，显示这个多吃蛋并没有坏处，甚至还有好处。我为什么要谈这个问题？原因很简单，那就是去年整整1年以前有一篇报告指出来，好像这个吃蛋并不好。那可是你仔细去看他那篇报告，你会发现那篇报告在研究方法上事实上是有问题的。所以这一篇专栏不到1000字，首先指出去年那篇报告认为蛋对这个对健康不好。那这个说是每天。
哎，能听见我说话吗？你那边能说话吗？这个会议好像不好使，这会议不让别人说话。Daisy。喂，能听见吗？哎，还是听不见吗？看看这是怎么回事啊？你那块没声音，是你麦的问题吧？这个我听不见你说话，我和别人都打过啊，我和别人打过都能听见声音，但我听不见你说话。你的麦，你是怎么回事？你说几句啊？怎么回事？有没有声音？这是你的麦的问题还是啥意思？我能听见噪音呢，我只能听见噪音。不是，你能不能听见我说话呀？这 Telegram 不太好使，它的语音好像不好使，断断续续。你那边没有声音呢？我以前和别人打都能听见的，应该我觉得是你那边有问题的呢，不知道咋回事。 没声音，你那块儿没有声音，还是听不见。没有声音，没有声音。你说话的时候，你应该看见那个条在动，它会有一个条，你看见那个条有没有音量？你上边，反正我电脑上的 app 是有一个条的，有一个音量条。你一说话，它会上下来震动。你手机上不知道怎么显示你说没说话。你是不是把自己麦克风给关了？你的麦克风开没开呀？就是他那麦克风，你不是有个按钮吗？
只要多吃半个蛋，那就会增加6%罹患心血管疾病的风险。那去年发表了这篇论文，你假如仔细看他的方法，你就会发现，那得到的结论并不见得是可靠的。我想这是第一点。更重要的一点是他举出另外2篇报告，实际上并不只有2篇了。那这都登在第一流的学术期刊上，一份是刊登在英国医学学报上面，另外一份刊登于美国的心脏病学报上面，他们都指出，吃蛋没有健康的风险，吃蛋甚至有益于健康。然后最后2段非常重要，这个是对于我们的一些听众朋友应该已经是常识了，不过我还是再念一下。那基本上就是说，鸡蛋是非常好的蛋白质来源，能够提供每一天的蛋白质的所需。而且几乎含有人体所需的每一种维生素和矿物质。那仅1颗蛋就含有可观的维生素 B12 跟造血有关系，还有维生素 B2。OK， 那然后还有维生素 A， 还有这个矿物质硒。那鸡蛋的热量也非常的低，这一点更重要，特别是这个许多小姐们。那一个鸡蛋的卡路里只有80个而已。那无论是水煮蛋、炒蛋还是西式蛋卷，早餐来天的最佳方法。介绍给大家。
我每天都吃不知道几个蛋，真的。多年。
我想想看哈，我当兵的时候，这个我们吃饭那个军官桌永远坐不满，因为军官要轮流休假。所以
别人的蛋都吃了。
对，所以我也是一天吃好几个蛋，所以吃蛋本来就没有问题。
我记得我们节目里面好像针对这一个研究已经做过2、3次的，
毫无疑问，没有错。可是我的意思说，不知道怎么回事，新闻说是根据一篇最新的报道，
如何了？
对，有这么一个问题。
好，接下来。
这一期的 BBC Knowledge 就是 BBC Knowledge 的9月号。那这个另外我要介绍一篇新闻，喂鸟的问题。那这里边涉及到一个问题，就是说，有人说在公园或者都市里面很多这个怎么样讲？
听见了。
你这个视频声音没关？
我关了，现在刚关。
哎呀，我这那我这边
还有延迟，有一个延迟。
好的，那我看看，我昨天听到你们聊的那个什么灵魂出窍啊那些东西，然后你聊到科技 怎么通过科技这个面儿去探索，去想证明这个事儿。然后根据是吧？昨天你跟那个叫什么，那个叫什么道教那个
道友，这个有2个道友来过2次，讲灵魂出体的事儿，我也不懂啊，就是上次还在听他们说，我开一下那啥，开一下这个那啥，刚才没开。对，
你是要吃饭了？
不是，我吃完了。
我看你家又晚中午，我这不着急。
我这都10点多了，早吃完了。
我分享一下屏幕啊。
对，你分享我就 share 出去。
怎么分享的？怎么一天不用就生疏了呢？
这玩意儿设计的也不是太好。它有一个那个 share screen 嘛，右侧的。
对，昨天我是点哪个嘞？等一下啊。
所以我觉得 Skype 设计的挺好了，比那个 Zoom 强，它比较稳，而且界面比那个好看。因为时间长嘛 ，Skype 是老软件了，都这么多年了，该优化的应该也都优化了。
因为我是从这个 Skype 我就点了一个，昨天我就点了一个共享，有一个共享2个字的一个钮，今天怎么没了呢？奇怪。
你用的电脑什么不是？电脑上不是右侧吗？有一个 share screen 的那个分享屏幕的一个小手旁边呢。我是在那个小手旁边。
小手旁边
就那个有一些表情那些东西。
找到了。
不知道你那个
开始找到了。是不是看到了？
对，已经我看看啊，我还得把你这个分享到那个啥上。我这已经看见了，分享出去了。Window Capture。OK， 这个应该对，现在已经直播出去了，应该你一会儿应该能看见。就现在，反正现在已经直播出去了。
昨天那个我听你跟那个道教那个哥们儿聊，虽然我不太懂宗教这部分的知识，我也没怎么接触过，我个人也说实话也不是特别信那些东西，但我不代表去怎么说去没有对他们有什么意见哈，就是把这个过往的个人所学的一些知识把它连接起来，包括昨天一些对我的一些思路有一些拓展上的帮助吧。你们聊的那些内容，今天我就把这个我起个名叫点线面这么一个新的一个思维介绍给大家。我把一些相关的信息搜索来以后分享给大家。首先来看这个点线面这个思维，在很多学科其实都有这个一些涉猎。比如说我昨天看到一篇文章，在咱们的商业领域，我希望我这个被给大家又给讲困了，我有可能会讲的时间比较长。他这个是从我就是总结出点线面，它这个是点线面体来看未来的趋势，它是以商业的角度来这个去阐释的这么一个目前整个一个由于趋势的这么一个变化，导致现在的互联网经济、平台经济都有向这个更广阔的空间、更多的维度去发展。然后它这个就总结出点线面体，然后它这个比如说到现在。从传统的单一的那个互联网的那个平台上，现在有区块链呐，对各个这个纵向、横向的技术都在发展。然后他就说，在这个商业领域，我们应该注重这点变化，就是说从那个他给总结出点线面体。然后我们再回来看，还有就我们在这个搞那个可能搞空间设计的，都打开啊。空间设计的这个朋友们可能是更了解什么是点线面，他们在这个打造一个怎么说， 在他们可能设计思路里边有他们的一种语言吧。这个通过咱们这个通过图像里边就能可以感受到他们这个点线面的这个意识，点和点之间连接成线，线和线之间又可以成为不同的这个空间，它这有空间的意识。那么老领导有没有这种空间意识呢？我们一会儿再具体去分析。然后你看我们在一些小说当中，就是这些玄幻小说当中，有昨天你们聊到那个灵魂出体啊，什么还有什么修仙呐、还有什么叫什么？我看他这个啊，叫就是修仙剧本吧，是吧？修仙剧本，里边也提到过了这个点和线和面之间的一些关系。然后这个剧本，这个小说我放在这儿了，然后感兴趣的朋友可以去看一看。说明它这个东西应该都有联系，这是我个人的一个判断。那么其实我们在相关的这个可能学工科的朋友，哎，姚酱你是不是学工科的？我感觉像。哦，其实是不是也有点线面的关系？你看它这个模型里边就有就有相关的，就好像几何学吧，还是什么物理学嘛，就有这个。
前面是矩阵变换嘛。
是不是啊？是不是也有这种啊？
向量嘛，
向
量图。
向量啊，不同的学科好像都有这个关于这种点线面的这个解释，他们的语言和空间是吧？但都有联系，应该是不是？
几何原本
呀，
这个可以联系到这个几何原本什么的，联系到阴谋论共济会第一次那个去中国传了几何原本给明朝的那个官员。之前我看了那段历史。这就是几何嘛？对啊。这几何转换到代数了。
好，那这块我这个因为前面这都是背景嘛，一会儿我会重点说出我要说什么，然后我们再把这块先收一下哈，就知道这么个东西行。然后我们再看这个近期的也是哈，就是美国大选，我昨天回想起一些画面，然后今天重新找有一些新发现，这里边这个新发现就包括中亚地区的这个犹太历史。那么我们都知道现在这个美国大选好像是现在都是公开秘密吧，都是假的，现在都像全世界人都知道吧？应该是都没有什么怀疑的，是吧？那么它这个里边有这个相关的报道，就是说澎湃网就是说他总结出来这个美国大选就是史上票数人这整个人这票数人最多的一次大选呐，还有这个拜登获历史票高最高是吧？他是一夜之间反超那个特朗普，我记得是吧？有一个拐点，那个拐点好像姚酱你也好像说过这个事儿，就是说这个拐点在这儿，好像突然之间就开始就是反败为胜这是他的这么一个当时的一个回顾。
对，
这
是川普他们说的。对，
是吧？我就记得那个时候特别明显，老领导那一下动用的什么东西，应该肯定是动用了。对，我们再回来再看，然后他这个也有相关报道，就是说最后10天特朗普能不能可能会反败为胜？结果证明，断了吗？
没有，正常，我就弄点表情。
结果这个证明呢，就是还是没有反败为胜。就是说，我今天为什么想讲这个？我想给这些总说川普这个躺赢派，我让他们看一看到底这个世界在怎么运转。把我的个人的一些想法和我收集的一些资料分享给大家。最后也证明了特朗普没有躺赢，是吧？为什么呢？一会儿我会通过这个产业的经济的走向，领导的一个投资的方向，然后来具体说明他俩都什么作用。然后我们再回顾特朗普这个执政这4年，到底做了什么？你看他这个首先是中美贸易战，是吧？贯穿了整个这个特朗普的这个时期，这个大家都没有异议。一直在斗嘛，是吧？然后再就是特朗普这个特别当时访华的时候，有一个这个大礼是吧？就是说中国这个加速了金融开放，当时是谈的已经都谈妥了，但是还没有完全开放然后那么我们现在来看呢，2020年呢就把它就完全给开放了。那么中国人民大学的这个李东升老师呢，他也在他的这个因为这个学者不是一般的学者，他是属于那种第二轨道的，就是外交学不有个第二轨道吗？学者就是说高层有什么样的旨意，他们是负责去执行的，这些 学者，然后他就说这个金融开放是一招险棋。那么如果真斗的话，是不可能开放的，是吧？为什么在斗的这么激烈的期间，这个节点我们完全就开放了呢？这是一个疑问。那么再就是你看它这个2020年金融对外开放全面的推进，都有相应的这个报道了。然后你看它的这个具体数额是45万亿，金融市场稳步的开放啊，稳步的开放。然后你看PayPal 是不是也是在2020年进来了？我记得
进中国了吗？我不知道
啊，进来了。
OK
啊，进来了。
哎，
你看
那 PayPal 我们得挂出去啊，中国可以用了。
可以啊，可以啊，你看它进来了。
有点意思。
进来了，你看这个不觉得很蹊跷吗？为什么是这个时间点进的？啊，然后你看他说狼来了，是吧？金融业外资已全面放开，是吧？那么你看在特朗普这个任期当中，你看他做了什么？是吧？为资本这个大开大门，是吧？打贸易战，是吧？然后昨天我还分析到了，把那些用这个退群，是吧？不听话那些就用这怎么说这些非民主的国家哈，就是用这种斗争的这种形式把他们都排除在外，自己呢却进入到了一个最大的最肥肉的一个市场里，这是他干的事儿。然后你看拜登上台以后，再看他背后的这个金主是谁？你看拜登这个上台了以后呢，预计中国企业赴美上市的会更多啊，到现在来看也比较多。我们通过特斯拉就可以看到，你看它不断的在中国扩大的这个市场规模、投资规模，还有建厂，然后还吸股，是吧？吸股，然后我们也意识到了这个特斯拉对中国的意义，是吧？我们也不可能把它起码说暂时把它排除在外，是吧？然后马斯克一直称赞中国政府比美国政府对人民更有责任，是吧？这还是外交部的嘛回应了。然后这个在这个疫情期间，马斯克现在是全球首富吧？
对，他有一度涨得最高的时候，他是成首富了，他那股票来回变嘛。
对，反正也是不低哈。这段时间他是，反正富人更富了，是吧？这段时间，所以我们看它的是科技股啊，科技股是变成这样。我们那么总体来看，就是说在这刚才我讲的，就是说在哪？这个狄东升老师他在他这篇文章里报道，就是说大概是这个意思。美国的有2个势力需要关注，一个是西海岸的科技势力，一个是东海岸的传统的金融势力。那么川普上台的时候，他的这个除了这个叫什么，叫美联储啊，用的是这个掌门人用的是这个传统的金融派，其他的基本都没有用传统的这个派，都是所谓的他自己那些右派那些人。然后呢，科技派表面上看这个科技派呢是支持拜登的，是不支持这个川普的。那么我们看从总体来看，科技派想进入到中国，也要有这个股市方面的、金融方面的一个配合。那么总的来看呢，就是说，特朗普的这个作用就是说，把中国的这个大门打开，排除异己。那么为这些科技资本可以说是创造了一个怎么说进来的这么一个机遇。但是呢，由于它是属于右派啊，跟科技派这块呢，进步势力呢是这怎么说对冲的。如果继续让特朗普执政的话啊，那么他最后无法收场。大家明白你大概知道我什么意思？我可能语言组织不太好。就是说那怎么办？老领导肯定会让他继续让他做他这个右派的势力，就是说恶人做到底，是吧？就是说让全世界看他退群怎么样不着调啊什么要拯救全世界。但是呢，他这个角色打完之后呢，现在老领导要布局之后什么？让拜登上台以后，他上台以后。我记得第2天上办公室签了30多本那个协议，是吧？应该就是跟这相关的这些协议。那么他上来以后，对，没有像大家预测的像特朗普这样执政的时候是撤资怎么样，反而又加大了这个投资的这个力度。也就是说，不管是黑脸和白脸，是吧？我的判断和这个时间节点来看，他俩的这个背后的金主都是一样的啊，都是一样的，并不是分是什么特朗普就是说要拯救世界，他要打压这些老领导，不可能的。老领导背后基本都是一个大牌啊，这大盘都在走。这个相应的这个报道都在这个这什么财新网，其实他们都有，财新网啊不敢明说，他已经被警告过，但我看他也是点到为止。 点到为止。然后这也就印证了我的这一个看法，就是说，特朗普躺赢派，你们好好醒一醒吧，是吧？这个世界还是按照他老领导制定的剧本在走呢，只不过是选不同的人。那各位还不信的话，我们可以看看，这次的这个总统这个仪式的这个就职仪式啊，还有我们跟伦敦奥运会，好像你记不记得伦敦奥运会那个印象深不深？他那开幕式
没有注意发生什么
啊？那我们现在来看，我一点说，这个 Lady Gaga 在那个这次的就职仪式上，你注意他那个服饰了吗？
Lady Gaga 我没有，我就听他唱歌了吧？是不是唱？我不知道干啥别的了，没看。
哈。然后我看，他这个图像没出来，我看啊，他的那套服饰哈，就是说在一个游戏，这个游戏叫这怎么说 ？Hunger Games，
饥饿游戏。
在这个 Hunger 他那个游戏的一会儿我会给大家看到，他穿着一模一样，一会儿可以看。这是一种巧合还是什么？老领导经常用这种方式娱乐媒体的动画片这种方式去，好像在暗示什么
符号，
这个相应的符号。对，你看他这个衣服是吧？这个他今天穿这个，我觉得他这个应该，他们这种重大仪式上不会随便随着自己性子，因为 Lady Gaga 他这个跟 Lady Gaga 原来的这种风格是不符的，跟他一向的穿衣风格是不符。他那种喜欢穿暴露的嘛，喜欢穿个性的，
对。
而这个你看几乎把所有的肌肤都挡住了，而且你看他这个这么大的黄金鸟，你不觉得？
这是个符号。
然后我就对呀，虽然说有点阴谋论的意思吧，但我们继续来看啊。然后你看他这个游戏的这个相应的报道，你看这个在全世界的媒体上也都在，好像这应该就是老领导放的料。这个他这个象征什么？就是女权、女子的这种反抗，象征着新的时代，涅槃、凤凰嘛，是吧？这火鸡是有叫火鸡的，有叫凤凰的。然后他这个游戏里就是说，未来的时代是一个新的时代。就是说要反抗的时代，这个女权会崛起，这么一个剧本在这个游戏里面。可能玩游戏的这个同志们可能会比我更了解哈，我可能搁这儿有可能是啥了不太懂啊，但大概就是这个意思。我看它里边那个东西，然后它这个应该是这个是港媒还是台媒啊？不知道。你看他这个说他是抢戏了，是吧？就是说也是跟这个游戏被讥讽，就是怎么能穿游戏呢，是吧？说他智商低怎么样不着调，因为他一向不着调嘛。
他穿啥衣服和他也没关嘛，人家都设计。
对，然后台媒好像还嘲讽这次的这个拜登的这个仪式，就简直就是你叫什么丧葬仪式，不像那个总统仪式传统的。然后你看他们就注意到这个东西，一会儿我会讲这个东西为什么这么重要。就是我发现了一些跟历史犹太的人的传统的他们一些东西很相像，而且这个东西跟我们的三星堆出来有什么样的关系？是不是可以大胆假设一下？
三足金乌啊，
对呀。然后他这个还有你看世界的全不同的语言的媒体，一会儿我还能找到韩语的。你看他们在自己为什么会穿这个，为什么会套用这个游戏的这种相关报道？你看他跟这个，这也应该是我事后分析啊，就是说老领导也是放出来的，他的这个角色和他这个角色有什么样的关联性？这两个关联性，然后呢，我们再看，还有，好的，这边有点啰嗦了哈。
这个有的是时间，随意讲。
我这个，你看他这个也是，这个到底你看这媒体在质疑这个到底是什么，象征的什么，给我们什么信号？从来没见过，大家就一般情况下，你之前见过吗？这个？
那我在生活中肯定没见过了，电影里我也没注意，其实
也没注意哈。
对，
咱们动画片要有个那个什么真正有水平的，得看懂动画片和电影是吧？还得有时间。
对，那个是给懂的人看的，咱没有在那个圈子里，不太懂。
然后这个在韩媒的这个媒体里，它挖的比较深。其实韩国、日本有的他们做这个情报分析啊，做的非常非常细，有时候做的，他们这个都出自一个系统嘛。他们这个怎么设计怎么来？你看它的原型是这样的， 它的原型。然后呢，我们再看底下，你看它这个的原型是这样。然后我们看底下它这个游戏，哎，等一下啊，看看啊，它这个有一个原型特别像的，反正这个是设计稿，它可能没完全打开。好，我看看在下面有没有。啊，这个是联合国的信息网，看这是韩文的联合国信息网。他们可能这个老领导用不同语言都有分支哈，分支机构，是吧？然后你看，它这个是游戏里的这个原型。你刚才咱们看到了吧？就是这个，它是一个小手环那种形式。
对，
就做那种啊手势啊。你看这怎么解释？这怎么解释？为什么要这样做？老领导在暗示我们什么呢？这个你是在全网第一看的吧？这个
我以前没看过，对，没关注过，
没看过哈。这我就奇怪了，我就顺着这条线儿去找，我发现这个你再看这个伦敦奥运会的这个火鸟，它那个鸟就是这个鸟。我找了一下历史渊源，就说它是什么呢？这个犹太很多这个宗教啊，就是说包括亚洲和也有啊，比如说从这个叫做祭祀太阳。就是象征涅槃，而且这个鸟是母的，这什么象征女权崛起。那你看现在有个剧本说什么？拜登如果你看他现在上飞机，前2天看了吧，就是他不断的跌倒，说他老年痴呆。那他倒了以后，不是那个情妇上台吗？叫什么？叫贺锦丽啊。
我没关注，你说你就接着说。对
啊，就是它是不是某种一个象征？就是说女权的时代要崛起。然后呢？我就找了这个相应的，你看它这个也是这种火鸟，然后我找了相应的这个历史的这个，你看当时那个奥运会就这种相关的这种记事特别多。我觉得这个伦敦奥运会和其他的奥运会所释放出来的信号绝对是不一样的，就是说有很多东西都很反常，然后它这你看也始终在怎么说，就跟今天这个三星堆啊也有某种，我觉得有某种联系啊，虽然我没有明显的这个证据。然后呢，你看它最后这个火鸟是这样的啊，也是有涅槃的这么一个形式。
那就是凤凰是吧？说白了就是
凤凰，
说的凤凰就火烈鸟嘛，重生，象征涅槃重生。
对，重生。然后跟那天拜登的就这个 laday gaga 穿那个东西。是它这个渊源，一会儿我会讲，它渊源是一样的，就出处是一样的，所以说我就觉得这个不是那么简单的事儿。仪式传统，你看我始终找了很多这种仪式传统的一个方式。然后我们再看伦敦奥运会的其他的这个参考，你看它这个，你记不记得那个它这个奥运会有这些玩意儿？就是伦敦奥运会
没有，我都没看的开幕式的这个完整的。
这个你看它这个是什么？这个是病床。他这个是病床，然后人都戴着口罩。你看这个病人戴着口罩，这在几年前这个剧本就已经
方舱医院
啊，对，方舱医院呢，对呀。然后这个树被连门拔起，这个我就不知道寓意的什么。但是这个有一些剧本现在在上演。
那树是什么生命树吗之类的？
对呀，所以说一个奥运会，你像正常国家一个奥运会会整这些玩意儿吗？这么大的一个魔怪。是吧？英国是什么国家？你应该了解到，是吧？
对，
老领导的传统的国家嘛。
那群众们怎么分析的这些东西？
你说我怎么分析啊？
你怎么分析？群众们你搜着什么资料吗？怎么分析这些东西呢？他们现在
就说，我现在觉得这个就是说老领导的一个分支线的一个种种的一个剧本嘛。里边的一些解释也是特别多。我所知道的是刚才那个凤凰鸟那个解释和这次的拜登上台的这个是有相关联的，就跟这个奥运会都是有相关联的。就时间点，我想说什么，就是说，昨天我提到那个1977年嘛，大家觉得那个太久远了，那么我们不提远的，那我们提这个近的，是吧？近的我们该怎么解释，是吧？这个该怎么解释？难道这是一种这是一种巧合吗？那巧的有点太巧了吧，是吧？这个鸟的形状，刚才我看过啊， 你看，这该怎么看，是吧？所以说，然后伦敦奥运会的时候，他们就重点的就把这个戏演了，就是说什么呢？就是今天的这个疫情情况，他们已经演绎过了，就是说要呼吁打造全新的这个国民健康的服务体系，就是公共医疗保健。昨天咱们不是聊过了吗？喂，断了吗？
没有，你接着说，我在那个把这些信息都输到标题里。对，你说。
然后那么这里边就有相应的这个他这个剧本的这个报道，就是说提到工业革命，提到这个新的公共要全球应该打造新的公共医疗服务体系。我觉得这难道是一种巧合吗？还是怎么样？是吧？也值得大家去深思这块。那么我们看完这些种种的信号，然后我们再看犹太教和相关的这个历史。那么核心最近好像比较是吧，比较热。那么他在他的这个书里边就是说，犹太教历史上分为有5种，那么我在这个查阅资料的时候，就发现中亚的这批人有刚才类似的就是太阳的这个祭祀，其他都是在节日里边说有太阳的这个怎么说，好像是这个我不太懂这个宗教哈，就是说表明新历的那一天，就是新年的第一天用那个太阳什么日什么表示，那个我不太懂，因为我不研究这个宗教嘛。然后他就说把这个5个分支出来了，然后我就找了一下相关的一些信息。他说你看他这个，你比如说我在这里边找的那个关键词应该是太阳吧。你看他也是有这个传统在，就是说崇尚太阳这么一个传统，就这个中亚这个分支，然后我找到这么一个。那么他这个在他这个风俗习惯里边，也是说，这是我在这个咱们这个商务部以色列投资这块这个以色列跟这个中亚的分支也有的很多的一个怎么说关联吧，就是说他们对这个月亮和这个太阳都有他们的一个解释和祭祀的这么一个传统。这个以色列是什么宗教啊？
我这个太懂。犹太教吗？
也是犹太教啊。
犹太人嘛，
所以说
犹太人的犹太教，
所以说他们对这个这个太阳的崇拜是有史以来就是怎么说，是一直传承下来的。他们的手法和今天他们这个搞的这个现代各个手法搞得很相似，很类似，而且是一脉相承。那么前2天三星堆出土的这些东西，你看它这个也有，这是太阳环，这个叫。也有对太阳的这个怎么说一个这么一个崇拜和祭祀在存在。那么这之间到底有什么样的联系，是吧？而且姚教你之前也说过，对太阳好像也有过一些研究和涉猎，是吧？我看你那个做过往期节目的时候，
我不太懂了。但是这个后羿射日嘛，后羿射日射完了这9个太阳，天空中出现火球嘛。就把太阳射爆了，爆裂的火球，然后坠下来的是三足金乌嘛，坠下来的是那个鸟，把太阳射爆了，里边的鸟掉下来了。
鸟掉下来了。
因为他那个
他
那个故事嘛，是每天有一只鸟出去，那些鸟在扶桑，那个太阳在扶桑里，可能是鸟和鸟也有关，在那个扶桑树下边，然后每天出来，他们轮流出来执勤，就那几个太阳，所以和鸟也有关。那鸟可能
和鸟有
就三足金乌，就是凤凰，谁知道呢？
反正这是我对我的一个线索的一个怎么说吧，一个阐述吧。完了，他这个我就找这个犹太人的这个历史来看，也是有这个跟太阳是息息相关的，就是还有他们一些手法哈，跟现在那天拜登上台以后做的那些，还有奥运会一些种种的一些手法是有很多相似之处的。然后包括你看要对中亚犹太人去具体的去收的话。你也能发现他们跟那个以色列是有很多的很紧密的联系，包括跟前苏联都有很紧密联系。因为那个中亚那个地区跟苏联是吧，是传统的苏联那个势力范围嘛。 然后这个你看他这个，我通过一些资料，这个钝角网这个是研究国际关系的，可能大家都会看这个东西的，就是说它印证了这个中亚跟犹太人这么一个以色列的这个关系。然后你看他这个包括语言方面的一些研究也都有，你看中亚犹太人的这个塔吉克，比如说印证了核心那个他的所说的是对的，但核心没有展开说，我不知道为什么是不懂还是说小心翼翼，因为核心后来好像是被打压了嘛。然后这个跟中国的这个历史也是有密切的联系的，丝绸之路和古代的中国犹太人的研究。你包括像在哈尔滨那个地方哈尔滨有个社科院，它有一个叫什么叫犹太研究所，我不知道那个地方是干什么，好像哈尔滨以前犹太人很多，像是。
二战时候跑过来的吗？还是更早以前来的？不知道犹太人在中国的历史。
反正犹太人挺能跑是吧？
嗯，
当时犹太人看好东北这块地区，不仅是日本人。那么日本侵略中国和犹太人有什么样的联系？这个是不是在史学界是不是应该有些研究的这么一个价值在？我感觉是有的。日本他为什么能进军这个东三省？应该不是说我们传统学的历史那样的那么简单。这个以后有机会说，要不今天展开了就讲不完了，是吧？完了到这个第二篇这个内容，就是说，我觉得虽然我没有什么明显证据哈，就是说他这个搞的这个东西啊，和这个犹太的历史教为什么这么多相似点，有这么多痕迹是可以连接上的。这个好像你有过这个注意吗？
没有，但我这个犹太人，我前2天看核心你说这历史上5种犹太人嘛，然后他引了马克思关于犹太人的论述，我看了马克思那个之前马克思专门写过关于犹太人的事嘛，他自己不也是和犹太有相关背景？他说他认为那个犹太人就是那种资本家，就是我们说的洛克菲勒这帮人，就这种人，这种有钱的资本主义的资本家的犹太人，是马克思所说的犹太人，我觉得也是你这边说的犹太人。就我们说的不是犹太的老百姓了，不是就是一般的犹太人。那如果我们从那个资本家或者他们传承了
金融犹太人，
对，传承了他古代文化历史的那帮犹太人，可能掌握了就以前能见着他们所谓的圣经上的旧约里的神的那帮人，因为他犹太人分祭司嘛，那旧约里是祭司的那帮人。对吧？犹太人是圣经里有法利赛人嘛，就经学家的那些能解释以前旧约圣经的
塞法迪犹太人，对，
我不知道是不是这个圣经里是有那个，好像是 Pharisee， 不是这个词，是另一个词，Pharisee，
另一个词，
它是分不同的不同的职位的，他那个职位就是专门解经的，那帮人可能后来会演变成金融犹太人或者什么样。就是宗教的犹太人，那他们可能掌控了这些。对，我不懂。
所以说，今天的这个历史，说我们传统的历史，我就分析过来，我觉得被编辑的、被改的痕迹特别大。就是老领导让我们学历史，想让我们学到什么历史才学到这里，我们才能接触什么历史。我不知道你认不认同这句话？
那是必然的。对，今天的历史完全是愚弄我们的。
对，然后这五大这个分析绝对是跟什么外星人剧本啊，还有我们的老领导剧本啊，是肯定有很强关联性的。我这么一画一看，就是这些族群嘛。一会儿我会继续分析这个为什么有强关联。然后这是这些。那么我们在这一点哈，还是有一些这个怎么说交集的哈，就是有一些共同的认同的，是吧？就是说这块历史方面肯定是有相关性的。那么下一个环节就讲这个人工智能、社会进化和这个第2次航海时代的这么一个开启。首先是 DNA 科技，这个 DNA 科技大家都每天看节目都应该熟悉了，就是说这个在体内编辑，是吧？然后未来这个你做的手术也许是这个 DNA 的这个纳米机器人，这块大家都知道了。然后就是昨天你记不记得咱俩的这个聊到那个数字孪生？我今天一发现，我去，这个可不是这么简单的剧本。我今天就是结合这个刚才这个 美国大选，我发现这个数字孪生没那么简单，就是说它现在这个虚拟世界，它这个正在形成啊，或许它可以永生，它始终在强调永生。然后你看它这个报道，你那边也是经常提到这个永生了嘛，是吧？就是说人，这叫怎么说克隆人啊？
对，
你那边叫克隆人，它其实有个这个怎么说叫数字孪生，这个克隆人应该是已经存在了，数字孪生技术已经发展已经现在挺发达了，学名应该叫数字孪生啊。然后它跟这个工业互联网都有很多的这个关系，会深深改造我们的改变我们的这个怎么说现有的这个产业经济体系，包括3D 建模啊什么样的啊，都有的相关的这么一个报道，大家可以去看一看虚拟空间的打造，是吧？这个我们后面要讲这个《黑客帝国》呀什么的，这个电影都有相关性的大数据这些。好，然后这个还有这个通过数字孪生技术啊，这个我看怎么去让这个巴黎圣母院去重生。你看虚拟，所以说这个巴黎圣母院这个东西烧着了，应该跟那个双子塔应该都是老领导的作品吧？我个人感觉他这个在宣扬他的这个怎么说，这个虚拟技术怎么去把他的传统的文化的产业的这个建筑啊，用虚拟的方式，用老领导的技术呈现，
对，
数字化生活。
我管它叫数字化。
对，数字化。
然
后他老领导通过这些一个个大的事件去强化他这个数字孪生技术在他这个城市当中怎么去深刻的去这个怎么说，让大家去适应，最后别出来克隆人的，突然出来克隆人，大家都懵了是吧？大家先适应，是吧？给大家一个过渡时间。
他那个这4大特点，你看这4大特点特别好，软件定义、智能干预，然后人工智能就可以干预了嘛，就全都人工智能控制了嘛，虚实就交互了嘛。这几个定义太好了，说的，
是吧？跟这个建筑师，他拿别的东西先让你熟悉，然后再转到你身上的时候，你别到时候再那个什么。
所以你看，我们就是个软件嘛，我们在领导那块是一个软件，然后它可以用人工智能干预我们的实体和那个数字的超级计算机里的虚拟的那个兄弟在映射着呢，对不对？你这么理解，
对，
就是完全准确的。
这已经印证了，是吧？那已经。大家还要质疑你什么吗？这都已经我都把它找出来了。然后你看它的影响是吧？工业化的、就业的、物联网的，你看重塑制造业呀，这个改变现有的这个劳动格局，然后抢走这个饭碗，是吧？然后这个打造这个玩意儿之后呢，还有昨天咱们那个气候危机、水源危机是吧？那个剧本也说了嘛，这个我就不用再说，就是说这个始终这个找的一线代理人啊，人家实现零排放。你这个减排节能减排，你到底是减的什么样？你减的是人还是减的什么样，是吧？他还这个自诩说是什么实现零排放将是人类社会大功德，你看吧，大功德，这跟他祭祀他们要打造的剧本是很相关，他不是瞎说的这个大功德3个字。
大功德，对，要祭祀了，
他是要跟信用体系挂钩的。对。然后昨天那个我们聊到这个现在能源的需求嘛，昨天我们也谈到了这个碳排放和水能嘛，是吧？那么未来的这个核能啊，是吧？种种的我们应该是这个怎么说，有更广阔的空间去探索、去挖掘，然后去转换节能减排啊，它相应的这些新的产业也都出来了啊，出来了。那么它通过这些打造这些概念之后呢，通过这些气候的这个怎么说主题打造完之后，具体让它落地，用通过什么 ESG 主要2大目标，就是要掌控各国的大型企业核心资产，然后进行财富再造，或者是叫财富再分配。这个我们之前都已经分析过了。然后现在我们应该昨天好像是吧，英国也成立太空军了，是吧？现在日本也有了，俄罗斯也有了，中国也有了。那么就是说，在这个太空领域，我记得有个叫这什么卡尔达肖夫指数是吧？你在那个你的节目里是不是讲过那个东西？就文明分级。
对，
这个一会儿后面可能是我都有这个相关的延展，就是说，这个跟现在的这个太空军备竞赛是有没有关系？我觉得是肯定是有的啊，这有数学模型啊，数学模型，然后这里涉及到一个新能源、电力啊什么东西啊。
加来道雄说我们是现在0到1级过程中嘛， 本世纪末
对对
达到
对
1级嘛，大约是这个，是不是？
应该是有相关联性的。
有人认为我
那么
们已经达到1级了，有阴谋论认为我们达到1级了，就领导达到1级了。
那领导不知道怎么样，但是我通过这个太空经济上面的这些调研资料上来看的话，这个布局已经非常明显、非常快了，就是说越来越产业这个基本上已经成型了。你看，它的这个先从防务军事领域，相当的这个怎么说成熟了，现在各个产业，对吧？这个就武装到牙齿，各个国家，你看他这个老领导这个盘，
而这里边它有合作关系的，它不只是单独的这些国家。现在主流的新闻是说中国和俄罗斯在合作了，对吧？然后日本和美国也这帮人在合作。
你看，太空这个中俄合作，你看啊，它这个是太空车合作方面，他们有个太空车，然后就开发太阳能。你看中国走在美国前面，美国着急了，你看这太空采矿肯定跟能源有关系，第一产该从哪里挖，是吧？然后俄关注中国太空开发计划，不甘居这个落后，是吧？那么美国创建太空军了，应对中俄的这个竞争威胁。然后美国太空军亮相，招兵买马，你看，然后特朗普，你看这不特朗普的又一个功绩吗？是吧？他就是这个老领导代言人嘛。
对，
我就在造太空军。
还有一个阿联酋成立了那个太空法院，这个可以放进去。对，那是重大的一个事儿。
然后你看他这个太空，就是说谁掌握太空，将来你光局限在地球，那你肯定是挨打，是吧？挨打。然后你看中俄刚才你说的这个太空联手4大看点，然后这个美国你看寻求这个合作伙伴上是吧？开发月球资源，然后这个是中国的这个科研资料，中美太空合作，你看有合作，也有什么，也有竞争，还有前景，对吧？它都有相应的这个科研资料这个做支撑的，你看他这个是这个上海国际问题研究院国际战略研究所所长，他这个讲了这个，有合作是吧？就刚才你讲咱们这个关键词，所以说，这块儿我们通过这块儿的一个老领导现在很急啊，我发现打造的这个太空产业越来越怎么说成熟，越来越急。那我们就过渡到这个一个昨天你们谈到的这个话题，就是说宗教和这个科技的这个思考，就是说昨天你们谈到那个这么说吧，我说几个关键词吧，灵魂、肉体和意识。那么在我发现了又结合这个卡尔达肖夫指数，就是说好像他总在指引，就是说要晋级，必须要晋级。那么这个必须要晋级就反映出从时间点上我们来看有这个着急的这一面。那么就昨天你说，如果我们见不到那种真正有濒死历史体验的这种人的话，我们就只能通过这个科技的视角。那么我今天是通过政治和经济视角切到结合这个科技视角切过来的。比如说就是有一个怎么说研究的方法的个路径。那么切到这儿来以后，我发现就是说现在得出一个结论，就是说尤其是佛教和印度教当中，就是将这个科技化和把这个科技现在利用现有的这个科技的这么一个手段就把它原来的那个上百年、上千年有的这个剧本中的现实化，就是说以科技手段逐渐在实现。老领导，比如说他现在搞的那个DNA 的这个怎么说信用等级那通过疫苗嘛，或者通过很多，你就不断的升级嘛，是吧？不断的改造，要适应新的跨星球物种的这个发展需求。那么你将来这个佛教和印度教当中的这个轮回永生这些是吧？你如果第一生就是前生是吧？信用好，你来世你完全可以通过现在的现有的科技，再说5年以后，如果2030不有剧本吗？2050，你完全可以下来世，你要再有钱的话，你再掌握资本的话，你完全可以得到一个更升级版的身体和一个大脑吧。这个应该是逐渐可以实现了，这也不是什么开玩笑的事了，是吧？这块我不知道姚江你同不同意？
同意，你这个思路太好了。
就是说我想跟你说什么呢？你这2天一直总在钓鱼嘛，我感觉你想钓到那种就是说有濒死体验的，是吧？我感觉是。也
没钓鱼了，我是真诚的，真诚邀约。
说的词儿不太好，就是真诚的钓。 但是呢，我们可以完全不在那儿局限，我们应该注重这个老领导的这个布局。你看他为什么我讲到这儿，你看我们再回来看为什么是拜登当选。那么老领导这么布局的话，我们就可以得出一个答案，就是说拜登必然当选，因为什么？一个是能量的走势，还有是拜登的这个还有特朗普他们所不同的职责所在。拜登上台以后他做什么，特朗普上台以后他做什么，都已经是定好的剧本。所以说，并不是说是一个人某个英雄去改变这个世界，那是不可能的。而且从更大的历史视角上来看的话，今天的所有发生的一切跟历史上的剧本是都有关联性的，只不过是实现路径不同方法而已。但是呢，我们通过这些一次次的进化，包括现在是属于第二次大航海的时代的话，我们应该知道的是，通过科技这些原有的这些剧本真的要实现了。就是这块儿。然后呢，我想得出几个总结性的一个东西，就是说，为什么今天我说点线面呢？就是说，点呢是咱们传统的这个农耕文明，就是说部落嘛，因为大家都在村里嘛，是吧？那时候交通工具也不发达啊，大家都是一个点没有连接起来啊。那到后面到城市的出现，交通技术的发展，那么城市之间相连、全球化，包括搞世界化、经济体化，是吧？那么这个线都连在一起了。那么再进一步，像刚才那个讲的，那叫什么升维啊？那叫这个东西，叫这个卡尔达肖夫指数。那么
文明等级，
对，文明等级。那么现在我认为它是一个面儿，其实地球也是一个面儿。那么它现在要做的就是超越时空、时间的这个空间这么一个限制，向更高一级进化。那么向更远方进军，比如说3维，这个4维哈，写5维哈，这个特别是大家凑合看一下。那怎么样？就是要摆脱肉体的这个束缚，这个是科技上老领导正在这么做的，这个已经不是我瞎说了，那你可以去找。那么这个剧本和我们的，其实基督教是不是也有摆脱那个什么呀肉体的束缚的这么一些？
基督教是有灵魂的，但这里边领导让我们摆脱肉体束缚，只是摆脱碳基的肉体，他让我们进入那硅基的，进入机器嘛，他让我们变成数字。那你数字在哪儿跑呢？不得在芯片上跑吗？所以还是没有摆脱3D，还是没摆脱3D。
对，那就说这篇文章，也就是说，就是印证了这个，就是假如人工智能有灵魂的话，是不是？
对，那人工智能有灵魂，只是说那硅基芯片有灵魂了，硅基的芯片，
对，
还是没摆脱了。
那么我们这个对于低端人口来说，你看他这个就说要超越嘛，是吧？那么我在想哈。这群人到底是哪来的人？他到底是不是地球人？他为什么要他要？你看我们为什么要束缚，摆脱这些束缚？那我只在我的理解里，那肯定是要升维去更远的地方，包括现在要跨星球移民嘛，是吧？那到底他们是哪来的？要去哪儿？这是一个我想要思考的一个问题。还有就是说，我们应对低端人口要思考的话，你未来每一次的工业革命，你看到点到线。这是农耕文明和工业革命之间的一个摩擦那个点，你记不记得？就是说，咱们的鸦片战争，还有很多2战、1战，都是这个过渡，每一个过渡点会清洗很多人的，低端人口会死很多人。那包括现在的疫情，你看也发现，这是又一次过渡。前2次世界大战，这第3次世界大战说严重点，这个一点不为过。那么我们低端人口是不是你在就业各方面、创业方面，应该往这个老领导这个投资方面去发展？如果你还固守的，就是说前2次的这个点啊，那你是不是就容易被清洗啊？这是我的一个看法哈。就是说你再看，你看这个，我把它展开。现在《阿凡达》电影不有一个意识传输吗？
对，
你看《阿凡达》橙子2个猴子实现一体控制，这不就克隆人吗？就是你讲那个，这还是什么传说吗？这不就是事实吗？这技术已经有了。然后再看《黑客帝国》意外空间，这个东西也不是什么空穴来风了，也能打造了。现在虚拟空间里面都能打造，大家就是让大家适应一下，通过电影、动画片是吧？这些东西也不是什么开玩笑的事了。电影里都会给我们上剧本。然后我们还有一个思考路径，就是说这些可能不接地气。那你看现在这个美军的这个无人机作战，它这个系统，你看导控。那么我们可不可以理解，就是说未来呢，为什么要去火星？我们怎么摆脱这个肉体？那就意识传输呗，说简单点。
对， 就是阿凡达。
你人在地球，你可能你的另一个身体在火星上工作，完全现在可以实现了。
对，好像之前俄罗斯有新闻说他要建一个这种让宇航员远程遥控那个，是不是探测器啊还是什么啊？好像是在地面远程遥控太空实验什么的，我忘记了，反正就是做这种类似这种，
对呀，我们看它的军事布局，那个商业布局已经往这么方向走了。然后你看 NASA 这个科学家始终在说，你们人类就是老领导的话嘛，你们就是我们设计的这个虚拟空间里边活着的，你别以为你们多厉害，你别以为一个川普能拯救全世界，是吧？然后再看你昨天谈到的这个，其实现在的 DNA 已经备份好了，如果再出现意外，他们也不是特别怕了。
对，那个 NASA 的标题挺有意思，那 NASA 的人说什么了？我们可以看看，如果有时间。这个为什么他这么说？他是解释什么了？
那人类世界只是一套多维空间虚拟程序。那么他说最近有科学家表示，这个宇宙只是高级外星人模拟出来的啊。当然这个话没参考啊。什么这个当然这肯定是有个剧本存在的，是吧？如何科学证明怎么样？然后他把这个历史、星座这个都谈出来了。这里边也有这个黑客帝国哲学。
这新闻报的不太好了，他没说是哪个 NASA 的什么人，哪个机构的，他都没说了，就是有点。
我给大家为什么这么早，就是说，哎，有这么一层消息，就是有这么个东西让大家注意一下。如果深挖的话，应该会有的。
对，应该可以找到是谁说的。
对，
这是16年的新闻是吧？
对。那么现在再看，你看这个。我国科学家人造子宫研究上的，就是说我刚才为什么想谈这个东西呢？你看这个未来这个肯定是要实现的，现在是不是已经实现了？应该
人造子宫对，已经有了吧？人造子宫吧，
已经有了吧？已经有了。就是说那么可不可以就是结合刚才那个美军无人机这个脑控作战呢，还有这么多 DNA， 那么我们可不可以就是说有一个大胆猜测，就是在他们现在已经备份完了嘛？就是说你不需要人再去生人了，是吧？他们自己可以再造出来了，在火星上。对，
打仗基本上是用不着人了。那个无人机最近好多分析无人机作战的，这个是最近在那个在哪儿？东欧那块吧，在是乌克兰那块，忘记了那块。两个地方打无人机的那个，在整个战场上的实践操作的那个经验总结什么的，都在做分析他们。
对呀，所以我们进入到这个新的文明体系的这么一个过渡阶段的话，我们作为低端人口，是不是应该摒弃就是说传统的派别斗争、低端人口之间的互撕的这么一种水平，是吧？那么这个应该是老领导转移视线啊，用民族和国家之间的这个斗争啊，这个间歇去掌握布局更多的这么一个能量，是吧？你们之间斗，你不觉得就挺可笑吗？是吧？就人家已经备份到这种程度了，你在这还在地上。是吧？
对，因为他们是看电视剧，但是电视剧视角，
电视剧视角，对吧？然后我还想说，就不要指望某个英雄人物去拯救世界，是吧？美国那套是吧？个人英雄主义幻想，就是给低端人口洗脑用的。
对，但是我们说这些话的时候，等于劝他们不要看电视剧，但他们就是在看电视剧，他只是从看那个网剧变成看政治网剧嘛。
对，
这样，
所以。我今天给大家看的，可能让大家有点感觉有点震惊哈，对你来说不震惊，这个可能是对有些人，然后可能是看了，可能第一次听说，
对，
就是说我想给你看的是，就是这个东西，还有这一套这个部分，这你看美国大选的信号和中亚犹太人有这么大的联系，
这不懂。
还有这个昨天你们聊这个，你们聊的这个，行，我就跟大家分享到这儿，然后你可以问或者点评或者大家聊都行，
随便聊。今天你没录啊？你好像你那边忘录了，你那边
啊没事，到时候你上传的时候，我就用那个 OBS 重新整一下就可以，这样还更好一点。
你这太好了。
我就是说，把你说东西，我结合我的一个研究的路径，然后把它实现出来，然后呢，把它总结出来， 你说的东西前面我都看嘛，然后我可能让大家更怎么说，我的研究可能稍微接地气点，然后又延展出来，然后但是呢，我还会碰到墙，但是好在我摸到这堵墙了，通过我这个研究。
对，这是官方已经设置好的这些信息，我们还没有细致总结嘛。你这是第一次我看到全网有人这么做的，对吧？这确实是没有人在网上，起码在油管上没有，这是肯定的。因为你看咱们也聊这么多天了，没有人提到像你这种思维和方式来展示这个东西的。因为我们以前停留在是阴谋论的角度嘛，就是像是在收集一些野史信息，就是 alternative news， 然后也不系统不全面，可能有人像 Jacky 啊，或者像研究时间比较长的人，他自己在私下里总结很多，但也没有说公开给我们展示出来。我看到英语媒体里是有一些这种，然后他们不是我们华语的嘛，华语的我觉得你是第一个。
我英语的我也看了，我觉得他们跟我的他们只是口述，很少有人把这个用这种方式把它去连接。所以今天我也是想在你这儿印证一下，到底你是怎么想的。然后呢，我还想刚才给你看就是那个美国大选跟这个中亚犹太历史嘛，这种关联到底有什么？就是说他们正在造的是什么样的美学，他们什么样的哲学？
对这个我不清楚了，但是从阴谋论里有人说他们拜撒旦教嘛，就他们会有一个自己的那个神，可能是他们原始的某个神，可能是接近圣经里说的撒旦的那个，谁知道呢？然后他们可能想回去，阴谋论说他们就你说为什么这么着急？他们可能想回到原来的某个阶段，或者回到原来的某个地方。因为我们之前看那冠状病毒一开始有一期阴谋论，我也讲了，他们有一个那个谁那个演员，那个老演员，他拿出一个打印机，你记不记得？我有一期讲的，他那个是一个几年的打印机，很旧的，就要是回到过去嘛，那个好像是意思要回到过去的一个状态，
回到过去。
对，
但这个剧本太简单了，
就是他们肯定是如果说我们现在认为领导掌握着一个我们不知道的历史吧，像刚才核心说的，我们现在学的历史都是假的嘛，被欺骗的扭曲，那他们掌握真实的历史，那真实的历史到底是一个什么样的背景？他们是不是一直记着过去的某一个东西，然后他们以那个为目标，然后忽悠我们，就是像什么5年计划呀，什么10年计划这种社会主义人类命运共同体，其实他们在想着一个过去的什么东西，谁知道？
是啊，所以
就你像是太阳崇拜，为什么他们崇拜的太阳到底是啥？我就肯定不是我们看见这个太阳，他们崇拜到底是什么东西，对吧？
这个绝对，这个你看，包括三星堆，这都不是巧合，我觉得还有这次的总统的这个 laday gaga 穿那些那个东西，是吧？而且老领导还没事给我们提前剧透，这就有意思了，所以说我觉得应该学历史还是挺好玩的，就是会这个切入视角，因为我不是学物理的嘛，因为工科我也比较差嘛，所以说我只能通过政治经济和这个历史方面去切入。
这块很好，就是我觉得历史这块有符号嘛，你看现在那些什么以前的王室，还有那些宗教都有各种各样的符号，怎么从这些符号切入，是一个很大的一个分支。这我完全不懂。
而且这个背后势力特别大，连这个美国总统都是这么一个小小的这么一个怎么说小人物，那你想想这后面得有多大？
对，
你看
这就是
特朗普做这个，他就做这个东西哈，和这个拜登都能对得上啊，都能扣得上啊，说明他俩都是听了一个人，一个起码是一个出资方的一个那什么呀？
对，这里边有一个问题，就是也可以我们说的，就是美国总统只当4年嘛，最多当8年，少的当4年，可能像克林顿之类那种更少的上来被暗杀，肯尼迪上来被干掉，或者当几天就下去的。所以谁掌握真正权力，看谁待的时间长嘛。那总统只能待8年，那洛克菲勒可以待几年，那女王可以待几年，教宗待了几年。那之前像 Jacky 这种他们说的，你可以看谁掌握资源多，但还有一个视角就是你看谁存在的时间长，因为在你
就别说大人，
之前，
那些基辛格都比他们强。
对啊， 那我存在时间长的，就说明我是一直掌握着这个事实的，起码是掌握着以前你没有的真相的。那这些人一直在，那我们就可以就像你说追溯历史，到底谁是最开始掌握这些东西的？是不是这历史上5种犹太人中的某种？
对、啊，
他们曾经掌握某一个派系的，
对，所以说你看那个有时我之前在哪个欧美那个也是做类似的节目，他们就说嘲笑黄种人不可能做出这种节目。我也是不是说自夸哈，我想在你的平台上，咱俩因为碰出这个化学火花了嘛，因为我没有你昨天的那个聊天，你做这么多节目的这个怎么说是怎么说这一种信号的释放，也就没有我今天这个思维导图。
对，太好了，没白做，我们的节目都没白做。
没白做，就是我们又通过我们的这个合作呢，摸到这堵墙了，然后我们也了解到这个历史上有这么多关联性，而且华人的自媒体也可以做出来欧美的做不出来的东西，起码是暂时我们大普遍看到一些东西吧，不能说做不出来。
欧美的他们会脱离 YouTube 去做自己的网站，然后就是像网站的形式收集整理信息了。然后咱们还是现在，因为咱们在油管上嘛，还没搞自己的网站嘛，所以这种形式已经是我们能做的比较好的了，就是唯一一份了。你现在对呀，
对，就像咱俩没你那1，也没我这个2。
对，等牛人进来，
咱俩还不能停留在这儿，应该还应该有高人。
高人不是什么昨天总结那几个什么天狗。什么核心这些人都在哪儿呢？都在干啥呢？什么那什么兔子，就这种到底懂不懂他们，还是不懂装懂，都不出来，不知道在干啥，对不对？
而且核心的文章总是就是讲一讲是断裂的，我觉得他的信息源也是断裂的，并不是说是很那个什么。
对，如果我很严肃对待他的信息源，你就觉得他好像他自己都不严肃，不够严肃。
对，
所以就是，
但他映射出一些东西，你不得不去思考。
所以你不觉得，就像我昨天说的，当你想认真研究这个的时候，你就发现怎么没有几个严肃的人，对不对？没有，就是在网上没有什么特别严肃的信息让你可以借鉴的，就是你要自己整理这些，然后通过你的框架来过滤哪些是有意义的可以挖的。这些成了名的人，他们好像都不严肃，
也不讲啊。那些智库从来不讲这种，就得他们自己一点一点摸索。
对，说白了，讲的比较好的宋鸿兵就算讲的比较系统了。
对，
你不承认也不行，人家书出来了好几本，然后也挺系统的。
对，
起码在入门阶段已经算比较好了，我觉得。
对。哎，咱俩这2天研究这个主题，其实慢慢的整理也够用了哈，起码入门级的是够用了，是吧？
我觉得这些主题已经涵盖了几乎所有我们想关注的，就是，但是有一个问题就是说我们有多确信一个是我们多确信，一个是我们比如你这几个分支嘛，每一个分支我们挖掘到了什么程度？可能现在只是表层嘛，因为这只是领导公开释放的报告。
对，
而且我们也没有，我觉得我们没有把他们联系的很好。
对，没有联系的很好。而且这一层我还也是断开的，这一层我觉得太深，太背后的我隐约感受到一种力量存在。这些只是表象，底下的这才是那什么的。而且这是信号释放的过程，有的都会什么样的。
所以到了这儿以后，我大概就会感觉，你想再往下走的时候，你就非常不确定。
对，
你要想把这些再往下连的话，你需要有更深的内幕信息，像是这样，你才能确定。但是如果有一个人爆出来一个内幕信息，你又不知道他爆的是真是假，就会有像那种关大舌头这样的人，他试图联系一些我们低端人口以前联系不上的，他就把你框在这个框架里了。
对，
这个时候你还是面对这种被洗脑的风险，所以就等于我们要通过时间和领导继续释放信息，还有等高人出现。
好吧，我们已经尽力了。然后本来今天想跟你做那个汽车那环节，后来昨天我听今天很多人就是现在关心这个叫什么灵魂的出窍这东西，那我看能不能用这种科技的经济的手法去切入起来，还真能切入起来。
对，但是这里边就是我想说的，就是如果比如一个灵修的人啊，比如我今天如果是一个灵修的人，我看你这些东西，我就可能会批评你说，你这些完全是在老领导的框架里思考，就也有人这么批评我嘛，批评你是在老领导的框架里思考，那你不就是中了老领导的道了吗？你应该跳出来这个思维模式，通过我们灵修的这个方式，接近自然呢，还是冥想啊，还是怎么样？就跳出这个思维模式，所以那个路我还一直不断，这就是为什么我不想断掉那条路，因为你断了以后，你就完全陷在这套思维模式里，你就没有另一条完全独立的道路了。
对对对，这毕竟是老领导给我们设计出来的。
对，所以那条路是完全独立于老领导，是被认为是从亚特兰蒂斯甚至更久以前人类原始版本出来的道路，我们还得继续，即使它现在已经演变成非常的山寨、非常民间、非常世俗化。以赚钱为目的，我们还是不能断掉它，这是我的这个态度。现在，对，
哎呀，这太深奥了。
而且你这没有外星人，外星人还没讲的特别多，就涉及到那个文明等级了，但是外星人还没有连出来，对吧？你要再连外星人，还得接着连。
还得接着连。
这块还得接着连外星人到底是怎么影响我们？这些是不是外星人设计的，还怎么的，对不对？这时候，对啊，这得往更高层连了，就银河中央要出来了。
我觉得懂的人还是有很多，就是不出来讲而已。
他们也不懂，我觉得，就我是这么想的，如果他们真的懂，
但是 YouTube 我都翻了中文媒体，包括台湾的、香港都没有说这个的。
对，我不认为有懂得特别深的人，如果他们懂特别深，他们可以非常容易的出来说一些特别小的点，就给我们很大启发。但好像没有特别多那种自媒体，我们没看见，起码就没有特别明显的告诉我们。你看搞笑松嘛，那搞笑松，他在中国自媒体上在那说，就他说很少的点，大家就觉得非常多的内容，对不对？因为他是比较知道那个一些内幕的，他就随便抖一抖就行了。所以，
对，
所以那如果像阴谋论界如果有这种人，他可以出来随便抖，那就把我们这些一般的阴谋论研究者都震得睡不着觉。但是现在没有很多这种爆料的这种人。
对，你像那个情报界，你看我以前看过书，还有听其他教授讲的，就是说情报界喜欢雇两种人，一个是这种会运用新科技技术的人，再就是喜欢这个研究历史的人，因为历史的人会接触文献，就比较容易接触文献。然后能看得懂文献，他会用文献，所以说，这些高晓松呢，他对历史有研究，他能接触到这个文献，所以说他敢说出一些东西嘛。什么？咱们就是
而且还有这个就是，假如我还可以再批评你的这个，当然我不是批评你了，我们是共同进步。比如说，因为我也是。比如我这么研究的时候，我会遇到一个瓶颈，就是说我们现在只在网上搜集信息，就是我们看到的信息都是网上的。但是其实有很多人以前做过相关的研究，可能研究了20年、30年的，他们可能已经出书了，在不同的语言体系里，我们已经接触不到了，所以我们没能力去接触那些了。我们等于在走别人走过的路，而且是走得更狭隘了，可能是因为今天的信息是管控的更严了。而且这些事可能历史上曾经发生过，我们现在已经就没法再去看以前发生的那些是怎么弄的了。就算你说病毒发生多少次了，已经发生过无数次这个大流感了，相当于，但是我们都忘了，我们只知道这次，因为我们这一代人就接触这一次，上一次的什么 SARS 的我们也不知道，我们也忘了。然后中东发生的我们也，非洲发生的我们也不在乎，所以我们就会我们有这种问题。但是还有一些比较老的人还在坚持通过那个看以前的书，因为比如外星人界这个比较明显，我看外星人界比较多有这种人，他们还在看以前的那些人钻研的资料，还在重新整理分析，就他们研究出体系了，能坚持那条路线，但咱们没有，对，没有那条脉络。
我试着去找一些大仙儿或者怎么样哈。但是可能他们也是因为受肉体的限制嘛，可能是受到教育啊水平啊，对这些东西他们也不太了解。
大仙儿什么大仙儿？出体的大仙，走马仙。
有那种就是有那个就是怎么说，类似于特异功能啊那种，我接触过他们，就是说让他们我通过他们的视角去 我不能直说问他们这些东西，那不等于那啥吗？我就问他们，就是间接的去想把它引出来一些东西，试图得到一些信息。我发现不是，咱们思考不一样。
对，有一个例子，我们可以就是那个谁，是不是陈天桥啊，还是谁那个？那个盛大的，他是不是去研究脑机接口去了？他那个研究机构还发论文，澎湃上还报了，好像是他们，是那个陈天桥夫妇吧？就是说，你看，我忘了是不是陈天，就是他得了抑郁症嘛。他得了抑郁症以后，然后他又有钱，他就去研究大脑了。那说明他走的方向就是你有钱以后能走的最好的方向，就是你想治自己的抑郁症，明白自己怎么回事，你也得通过这个科技手段去研究大脑到底怎么回事。
对，
所以这个会给我们启发。所以问那些大仙儿，就像你说我钓鱼钓这些人没毛用，他们不懂，因为首先他们没钱，第二他们没有知识，那他们就不可能有系统的思考。所以他们只能凭自己的100年前的直觉来判断这些事儿，所以我觉得他们是落后的，除非他们能反复的灵魂出体，那给我们看，那我才相信他。所以我说你要能的话，你就出来直播灵魂出体，咱们出2-3次，3个人每个人出2次，我就信你这是真的，然后咱们就研究嘛。
是。所以说，我觉得我这个可能在一些人里已经够好了总结，但我觉得要这样不断同志，我这也是
你这个非常好
级别的，
你这非常好，我觉得。但是我们没法做到更好了。
对啊，这是入门级别的。你要再做的话，应该更好，应该有个3.0版本，我就做到2.0。
那就等着大仙，等着 Jacky 来做，等着智库，等着那谁 Jacky 说几句。
没有，因为其实那个皮塔兄弟，我一直很想跟你交流一下。对，我是 Jacky。对，因为其实你那个已经组织的差不多，已经非常好了。对于不太懂阴谋论的，基本上跟着你这个图思考也不会有太大问题。但是你这里有一个问题，我可以帮你加强一下，就是你刚刚就不是说到那个凤凰的那个问题，就是想不透嘛，跟上信对。其实那一边呢，其实在阴谋论在很久以前，就差不多20年前，已经有在讲一套，就是说龙凤图腾的斗争。就是基本上你在历史上面，你就看不同的国家跟不同的宗教，其实他们都是以龙跟凤为主，以这2个东西为首的，是他们之间是有斗争的。然后就以龙为主的，其实就是以现代来说，就是天主教，他们就是崇拜那个，其实他们背后是崇拜那个路西法其实都是那个蛇嘛。所以就是也是龙的图腾来的，然后最主要还有那一个就是我们中国这一边的神话就是我们是崇拜龙的嘛，所以就以我们以民族性的历史来说，就是我们中国这边就偏向是龙的，所以就如果以历史性的龙凤之争这个东西，你可以去挖一下这一块的话，就其实也蛮多资料可以，就是可能可以帮你把这一个模型也组合的更完美一点。
好，
对，这也是一些参考的资料而已。因为其实说真的，做这种是很麻烦的。我也有想做类似这个东西，但是我发觉做起来那个有点吃力不讨好，因为它那个信息更新的太快。比如说你之前也有讲到那个Agenda 2030嘛，就是那个其实它以前是 Agenda 21的时候就已经有人做过类似的，但是因为它Agenda 21就到我记得好像是17年了，就换成了这个2030了嘛。就这一个，然后就这一个2030其实就跟之前那个 Agenda 21只是它的延伸出来了，所以就而且17年到现在也有好几年了，中间又有好多信息又更新了，所以变成了就你这个图又有很多需要更新的地方，其实所以真的非常困难，我觉得做这一块，所以真的很感谢你做这一个，就给了我一个方向，可以怎么去做这一块。对，我也可能后续有机会我会做一个类似的，就给大家参考一下。
好的，最好能跟什么，比如说跟这些具体的，比如说老领导跟什么样的举办什么样的会议啦，或者怎么样哈，什么运动会之类的哈，能把它结合起来，就是说更好了。我觉得那样的话，可能大家更信任一点吧，可能是。
对，没错，都一定是因为我基本上我讲的都不会是一些太虚无缥缈的，因为我都是会拿一些就是真实能拿得出证据的来去比对的，对，所以我就觉得，哎，你跟我的思维模式有点类似，对，这，而且你也组织能力也非常好，所以就很值得我跟你交流一下，就参考一下你的这个模式，对，这样，对。
说大家都相互促进嘛，可以像我和姚酱，我一开始也没有这个东西，后来听了姚酱讲之后，哎，我结合我自己传统这个之前所学的东西，我把它稍微有个延展，碰出这个思想的火花了嘛。
其实咱们群里有好多博士啊、硕士，还有什么老师，好多这种人都能做，就他们没有那什么嘛，低端人口没有这个动力去做。现在你们抛砖，你们这是抛玉引玉，你们是抛玉引金子了。现在看看有没有人能接着跟上，我们一起做这个。对啊，
对啊，肯定有做得好的，不可能的，没有。中国13亿人口呢
，13亿，这大多数还在那个每天1美元以下呢。那个，对吧？
李总理说那个。贫困线以下。
对啊。
哎，你还别说，穷人不一定说没有什么知识。以前我记得比如说那些残疾人，中国的残疾人有很多都有才华的。
对，没有机会，就没有机会和这个资源嘛，他没接触嘛。
没接触。对，
你看和我们聊天这些，你有很多年轻人，他们虽然不是很懂，就还没有接触那么多，但是他们非常有兴趣嘛。那天有一个。是不是那个卡卡还是谁？他自己还写文章，研究那个2战历史的文章，在头条号上发。我觉得这种人，年轻人非常好。但是现在，对吧？如果你在一个不好的社会环境里，压迫太深了，你哪有心情做这些？做完了以后，你一个郁闷嘛，像你说的，碰触到了什么不该碰触的东西，都郁闷了。
而且如果你像我，因为有个锻炼嘛，学术会我也经常参加嘛。我会语言上有一些技巧，会规避一些危险，因为这个东西你一旦碰触什么东西是很危险的。其实我在全网里也是提醒一下。你碰他们那些东西是吧？你看像核心那些人为什么总被打压？
对，不能随便说转基因，不能随便。对，
我不知道 Jacky 对这块有什么认知，就是说这个危险面上。
有啊，所以你看我讲很多东西，就是我说，哎，这个很复杂，这个很难讲，就是这一种啊。
对吧？我也尽量提什么公司不提人。你看我到现在不提，除了比尔盖茨，那大家都提嘛，其他再往后我就不敢再提。
那个是2、3人员，那个没关系。对，那个对，你不能讲老大，简单说就是你讲老大就死定了。但是你不讲老大，有很多东西就很难去解释嘛，所以就讲一个旧的老大。所以我经常讲罗斯柴尔德啊，经常讲那个洛克菲勒，就是那个旧了吧？对啊，现在是谁？那还没证出来，所以就不罢讲。
咱俩思维很像，我心里知道也不敢说。
对啊，因为有很多东西不能，你是不能说，你说了，他就把你整个 channel 都关了，那你说来干嘛？就没用了嘛，就没了那个传播的能力了嘛。那个你刚刚讲那个核心，其实我也是上来这里跟他们直播的时候，他们讲，我才知道有个这么多人，然后一看他的资料就发觉，哎，这个老人家他讲的东西，如果你不那么专业的话，去看就很容易会被他带了节奏。对，他讲一半不讲一半嘛。比如说他讲那个什么古埃及文明啊，跟希腊文明的那些历史都是他们伪造的，那怎么样去伪造啦？这一些他们就讲一半啊。比如说他以那个地质学的去分析你那个尼罗河流域啊，在4000年前根本上这还不是城之地，根本就种不了田，养不了那么多人。那这些是对呀，完全是真实的 science。那为什么你不展开来说？对不对？
你刚才。对，好，继续说。
没有，这另外还有就是，比如说我最近也看到一个新闻吧，就是因为我们这比较针对那个脑痛那边就有紧张嘛，因为之前比如你刚刚讲的那个也有牵涉到这个，就是比如说远距离操控这一块嘛。 之前都是你要有一个脑机接口把一个晶片就安在你那个脑袋里面才能操控嘛。现在已经有一个最新的技术，就是Caltech 放出来的，就是那个加州大学放出来的，加州理工放出来的，它是利用那个超音波，你去侦测，对，去侦测你的那个脑袋里面的那个活动。然后就把你这个信号就转化成你可以操控一个机械臂啊什么的。对，这个是最近刚刚前几天才丢出来在 Sale 上面。对，也可以找一下这一块，因为其实有很多已经转成是中文的也找得到了已经。对，那个我看得到才害怕，因为那个你就已经不用再这是老大们要操控你，或者是要知道你想什么，根本就不需要在你的脑里面再装一块芯片。因为之前我在1个月之前我还觉得还要装一块芯片应该没那么快的，但现在不用了，他用超音波最近可以读懂你脑子里面在想什么。
对，但说你也不值那个钱，他们动那个动成本的，不用担心。
对，那当然了，这个只是告诉大家一下，就是可能未来5年、10年以内就看那个成本就可以压得很低，可能再加上那个量子技术，就是有一些量子侦测的技术，它可能不需要那么精密，也可以大概知道你的脑活动是做什么的，那个时候就是危险的点了。对，
是。好，今天学到不少。
没有了，我也跟你学不少才真，因为你上来那集是我好几次都想跟你聊，但是真的刚好没空，然后听你的课都听得很高兴，我觉得帮我整理了也不小，把我脑里面就是一大堆的讯息都你分类分的挺好，就不会像这个什么 Q map 的那种就骗人的，摆明就是故意要捣乱你的思考把200-300个阴谋论放在一起的那一种。你这个就是完全是把真实消息跟那个阴谋论就组合了。
对，把它，因为我学经济学的嘛，我想把那个能量的这个他们怎么布局布控，具体的怎么做的，这其实都能对得上。
对，这个很厉害，我觉得。
这个疫情之前我没有这个本事，这爆发了疫情之后，原来说这个怎么说，可能是突然之间就有了某一种，可能原来的读的书也可能比较稍微多一点，就把它都激发出来。我连起来，
终于整合了之后就发出小宇宙就出来。
但是像你这样说的，这些也不是这个代表领导也是给我们画出来的嘛。你只是找到。
当然了，这个就是第一层的嘛，简单说就是我们逻辑分析它的第一层嘛。
入门。
到底它在那到底它在第几层呢？我们就继续努力嘛。
我觉得切入点像你说的，我感觉你的历史的这个功力还是比较大。我觉得你应该在历史切入点应该有所应该还有突破吧。
没有了，因为说真的，他在历史那一边说真的，因为他牵扯太多宗教、太多皇朝、太多不同的时间段。因为最基本就我们简单的理解就是简单分得出，就是有龙跟凤这2个图腾嘛，就是这2个图腾是。从远古到现在都没有断过，而且这2个图腾是摆明是2个势力，就是他们是互相对立的。到现在这一刻都还能解释这个局势，就是为什么他要美国要打压，现在就是打压法国跟意大利嘛，有点像是。那为什么？就是因为美国相信的是凤凰嘛，它背后有一个Bohemian Group 的一个神秘组织嘛，就是它是拜猫头鹰那个，但是也是鸟啊，简单说这是鸟跟蛇之间的斗争。那你打压法国跟那个意大利就是天主教的阵地嘛，那你天主教就是拜蛇的嘛。你看最新建的那个在梵蒂冈最新建的那个教堂，对，也是一个蛇形的。
对，而且梵蒂冈前2天出事了嘛，抓走了很多人，还毒品那些。我觉得这个老领导背后他们之间也有战斗。
对啊，所以我就说一直都说这是老大门，到现在就是为什么我就说17年就是洛克菲勒死了之后就真的嘛，就是每个都觉得自己老大群里面的每个老大都觉得自己有机会做老大中的老大，所以就争起来了嘛，所以就龙跟凤2派就开始打起来了嘛。当然里面是不是还有戏份更多了？我觉得是还有的，就是看龙里面跟龙里面的那一派打，凤里面跟凤里面那边打，这样子，所以是非常复杂了。这个我们就做一个引子，就后续我们以后找到资料就再慢慢聊，可以。
对，好，我碰到以后也分享给大家。
对啊， 真的，谢谢你，真的，姚酱也是真的，终于在这里可以找到真的学习到资料了。这一次真的希望大家也好好珍惜这个机会。
好，我们互相珍惜的。
对，谢谢。
好。姚酱跑哪儿了？
他应该还是在旁边的，可能刚刚在带小孩什么，看到我们两个聊的，就等一下再回来。经常就这样子发现。
你人现在在那个大陆吗？还是在？
我在香港。
香港。哎呀，其实香港有知道这些的人应该是不少吧？
其实香港因为聊得太早了，基本上香港聊这一些的是跟英语平台是同一个时代开始的，也没差的。可能因为他们也是受那个英语的美国的跟英语平台影响比较多了，他们在很早已经有在聊这一块，就基本上是可能比西方开始聊这一块，就是现代聊阴谋论的可能迟个10年左右，就已经开始有一大堆人聊这些。对，所以就那个讯息接受的渠道还是比较多，算是就是所以就我年纪这么轻，我也研究了20年，就从我读书的时候就开始看这些东西了，一定是。对，所以就基本上就很多香港人都有看，但是只不过是他们不相信而已了，而且整理的好的也没几个，就是他们也不敢讲。我感觉有某几个人他们是比较知道的多一点，但是他们也不敢讲，他不敢直接的讲。
对，这东西费力不讨好啊，而且还得罪人。
对，因为刚好香港就是所有这一些，就是你们刚刚讲到的所有的集团都在香港，就是他们的竞争的地方。所以说为什么香港有这一些消息是最多的，是全世界最乱的地方。如果真的有说除了他不打仗以外，其实在香港是最乱的。
对，
所有东西都是在这里发生，他们的所有的资金流动都要透过香港去转换到不同的地方，你做的任何行为都要透过香港去做，因为而且香港也是之前是犹太家族来管理了，之前就是那个加道理嘛。
对，
加道理也是你们刚刚讲的那个五太分支里面，他是祭司家族了，他是最高的，在犹太家族里面，所以为什么他在香港可以做就有这么强的力量，做这么多东西，就是这个原因。所以就我一直不讲香港，就是也是太复杂了，太容易就得罪人。
对。
那个姚酱你回来了吗？
他看孩子去了，可能。所以这个尤其香港现在它怎么我都感觉啊，就是但凡比如说现在世界这个情报中心基地啊，就都是很乱的。你像马来西亚、香港这些地方，包括日本啊，对
梵蒂冈啊也是乱的。
对，
这几个也是全球4大情报中心嘛。
对。
现在香港已经没了。就国安法立了之后，就洗太平地了嘛，就现在好了很多了。
我感觉现在正在逐步的部分把香港那个功能得移到首尔这边，我个人感觉。因为他把那个有数据平台放到首尔这边了。
对，还有就是不只是首尔。他应该是分散了好几个地方，他不想在好像对他不想在好像之前在香港这样子，就只要一个地方的政权就是他们背后的人发生斗争之后就会影响到嘛。他希望是找一个比较中立或者是权力没那么强的地方，你怎么都偷不出我手控制的，所以就首尔是其中一个嘛。可能有我感觉有机会，他应该在东南亚会再找一个。但是现在还没太确定，因为本来他们是想用新加坡了，但是新加坡也比较靠近了大陆嘛，所以就不行了嘛。对，又要从新加坡跑了。
其实老领导整个对华人，别看现在是两岸分开，包括香港这样都有争斗，他对我们黄种人是看成一样的，他不信任的。
对，因为他所谓的
都是一家人，
对他们就是把那个蒙古啊，所有的全部加进去，都是把你当成都是黄种人。
对，尤其华人这块，华侨这块，他是最警惕的。你们别看是分的 不同，现在但都有思想意识形态斗争，但是他们觉得
对
你们还是一家，选东西是什么吗？行吗？
最主要是因为华人有一个东西厉害嘛，就是他就算你去到住的那么远，你还要建一条唐人街啊什么的，还要住在一起，然后你的文化也没有断，就是你没有变成，比如说你没有变成美国人嘛，简单说就是，如果你是美国人，你就跟我一起打那个 football 嘛，对不对啊？一起吃烧烤嘛，啊，你又不是，你又跟我在这里吃中餐，然后就还要庆祝那个 Chinese New Year 这样子，那这一些就是他们很。你 Chinese New Year 你还要一条龙在这里啊，舞龙这样子舞龙舞狮的这一些他们最不喜欢嘛。哎，我是相信鸟的，你还跟我在这里来条蛇，对不对？
是这么理解是对的，对，
这很简单，这不要我们就先不要任何东西都阴谋论嘛，这最简单的以这个二元分类法的话，就你摆明这是不受我欢迎的，我怎么还能留你在这里？
是的。所以口口声声说民主啊、阵营啊什么的，这次香港怎么不救你们呢？所谓的救你们呢？
对啊，这一大堆笨蛋就这样子被骗了嘛，这没办法，那个因为香港就很可怜，之前就是英国统治，然后80年代之后就开始美国统治，这是变成了半个美国的殖民地。你就从他以前是跟英镑，就是港元本来是跟英镑挂钩，就变成了跟美元挂钩，就是那个时间开始，然后就到今天其实才刚刚开始就真的回归，其实那个97回归都是假的。对啊，就他连教育上面，他美国你想想看，你连教育体系这个我也不怕讲，因为现在改了嘛。他教育体系在搞这些，你那个 standard 是从哪里来的吧 ？standard 从美国来的，那当然都是变成了你连学个历史都可以直接告诉你中共是邪恶的势力。真的，我这个没说笑，这是真的，你说历史都是这样子讲的，就是中共呢，这是一个邪恶的势力共产体系呢，这是一个邪恶的这样子。
其实共产主义这套理论不也是他们发明出来的，都出自一家。
对呀，都是你们欧洲人想出来嘛，最初就是。
对呀，哎呀，
所以不懂历史的就不懂了嘛，反正他们觉得他们自己现在学的就是事实的全部了嘛，所以就变成这样子。对啊，但是现在我感觉老领导就是那些老大就不装了嘛。就你看最近这几天，就英国啊、欧洲什么比利时啊都乱起来了，那些警察不断抓人啊，然后那些人还感觉可以跟香港一样的不断的反抗都反抗了嘛，你反抗就把你打得头破血流骑兵都出来就把你撞到地上，然后就一堆人的来抓你这样子。
你看缅甸，
缅甸也是但是缅甸的那个就不。对但是缅甸那个有点不一样，缅甸那个只是因为利益纠纷，那个说明白都是为了钱，所以那个我感觉没什么好讲的，所以我一直都没讲，这简单为了钱嘛，大家都知道是什么事。中国没有投资那么多在那边，我本来就你那个总统就是傀儡。那你还跟我说要你自己去赚这个钱，不给我军阀去赚，那个军阀才是背后的吧？而且从来那个缅甸从来没统一过，就是每个邦都是自己做老大的吧？
对，
所以真的就是我感觉他们有点不想装，就是我摆明就算我不装，你也奈何不了我了，我还装来干什么？就是有点像这样子。还有民对就干对。
就是我最近觉得那个越南好像也有变味道了。
怎么看出来？
就是说他这个越南不能说他亲美，就是说他的一些操作手法和这个老领导的传统操作法越来越接近，越来越像。我觉得他这个国家到底怎么了？到底还是不是越南？
但是以我的印象中，因为有可能香港人看这一块跟你们有点不一样，因为在我的印象中，越南一直都是亲美对不对？他一直都是在，因为我不知道是
你是觉得亲美还是亲老领导？
亲对，如果你这样讲的话对你这个突破了我的那个盲点，突然间对耶，如果你这样子讲的话， 啊，对，他之前是亲美，明显的他还是跟那个美国一直官宣的那一套来走吧。之前就是，哦，你就是说他现在就开始比较靠近那个老领导，
对，
那个剧本的那一边，
对
是不是？
对，而且是手法、势力范围都是很像，就是像一种小型版的日本。
因为他就是希望取代那个基础的工业生产的那一块嘛，他就希望取代中国做那个基础工业生产，然后就老领导因为觉得中国太大了嘛，不好掌控嘛，我感觉是这样子，所以变成了要把中国的一些资源来源就是把它分割掉。那其中一个就是它的工业生产的基础工业生产的能力嘛，我感觉有点像这样子，以我看就有点可能这个方向，要不然他也没其他。你还有什么看到的？
就是我现在觉得这个世界是我们所看到的不同的国家、不同民族，还有一个版本就是这个世界被一个老领导所不能说完全掌控，就是他们的布局
有一个阵营吧，应该说
对，有个阵营。这个阵营应该最强的不是美国，而是在我眼里想应该是英国，它的传统势力范围还是很强的，就它的背后的一个财团。
那个之前其实我有跟姚家轻轻的讲过，就是之前有一期我跟他讲过，就是为什么我会觉得在洛克菲勒死之前，就是洛克菲勒是老大中的老大，就罗斯柴尔德就反而是第二了，因为他那个美元的霸权是从70年代开始的，就是他把那个金本位就取消了嘛，然后就美金就是以那个石油交易来做那个基础嘛，就是它的根基是从石油来。那谁掌控石油最多的反而不是那个罗斯柴尔德，反而就是洛克菲勒嘛，他自己就做石油嘛，然后中东石油都是他们的公司做嘛。所以变成了因为我的算法就是以他拥有的资源跟这个整个地球的这个影响力来比了，就是他的力量跟他的资源嘛。那简单说，当你操控了美金，他是真的完全操控了美金啊，而且他也是那个 Federal Reserve 的其中一个那个股东嘛。那当然罗斯柴尔德也是，但是罗斯柴尔德有点被他们在二战的时候就分解的太厉害了。因为他本身罗斯柴尔德自己的内斗也很严重，因为他自己分了好几个国家的嘛，他自己的家族就英国、法国、德国这3个分支也是很明显的，所以就变成了就二战那个时候我就讲过了，就不重复了。就是二战就是有点像是因为想要争老大，真的自己家打起来，最后就被美国就偷了嘛，就因为这样子。那当然背后也有美国的资金去做这一块，这一些都是能现在都很多都公开了嘛，就很多都能找得到出来了，其实是。对，这只要挖一下就随便都挖得到了。再靠近，就是为什么我就说17年之后就乱了嘛，就是因为他们2个家族都死很多人了，真的是啊。对，他老大都死了，然后一些家族的下面的人都死了，不断发生意外，不断说什么飞机意外、直升机意外啊，或者是有病啊、心脏病啊，
就跟最近一样，他也在
对啊，
世界富翁不断的死去。
对啊，所以就说到底对啊，这捷克就有一个在阿拉斯加死了吧？有，对啊，这很奇怪呀，为什么呢？对不对？这到底发生什么事？现在到底争老大？争老大中的老大这个情况应该还没完呢，就是还在争呢，我感觉。对，还没定，对，如果定了就稳定了。
所以对于我们那个跟你聊之后，我就感觉就对于我们这个低端人口来说，所谓的你那个梦想创业成功者和这个有钱人，其实并不是你头脑中想的那种东西。你想在这个世界上有钱，没那么容易，真正的有权利没那么容易。
那当然了，也要看每个人的目标不一样嘛，有些人觉得有个1000几百万就很有钱了嘛，有些人要1000几百亿都嫌自己穷的，对不对？就如果你的目标是1000几百亿的那种，你不是那个那一挂人，你根本不可能给你去到那个位了。简单说就是，他有多的方法能打击你，或者是跟你做一个一模一样的，然后再把你搞掉。这个就是全世界的投资机构都是这样子做的，以我了解，并不只是国内。
对，所以像咱们这样就接触了这个西方的这个教育这个过程，因为我也接受了10年的将近英文教育体系的这个过程嘛，国内的教育体系我也能感受了，就是我觉得我还是觉得中华的传统的那套东西，比如说孙子兵法呀，还有我们的这些各种子啊，什么孔子啊，这些东西挺好的。其实我们没有坚持它，我们没有传承它，包括台湾也一样，表面上传承很好，其实没有那么做。
那个就牵扯到就是中国前代的皇朝的问题，就是那些皇帝不想人民有这么强的意识形态，他不想你有这么多的自私，然后就把很多东西就删减了嘛，就把一些本来就是老子讲的也不是这个意思的，什么儒家思想也不是这个意思，直到就是有那个以前一直在看《史记》嘛，就是感觉《史记》讲的蛮准，后续的就挖出了一个朱书几年就把它推翻了嘛，根本就不是那回事这样子。那当然了，要听谁的版本。说真的，如果你研究经济，也一定对历史有了解吧？就历史就只是谈出来的，就是一堆历史学家开个会，这样子吧。那这一段到底哪一段比较正确性比较高啊？这样子，这几个人开个会就确定了吧？这样子，
历史是胜利利益斗争方胜利方。
对呀，没错。所以这我们看历史也不是，就是直接看到底现在留下来的历史是什么，是要比较有批判性跟独立思考能力的方式去看到底那个历史的真相到底是怎么样。但那个就比较困难了，真的不是每个人能做到。
这么一聊，感觉华人这个群体还有很长的路需要走。我们内部自己有问题，包括外部环境也比较恶劣。
对，那当然了，但是我觉得了，就是怎么说了，但是我是有看到希望的，最起码就是之前我真的没希望的，就是刚开始新冠的时候，我感觉都是到点了，这灭绝人口计划要实行了，那我还没赚到那个钱，就基本上都不是他们那挂人嘛，就没了。我真的有最初真的有这个感觉，我还说死定了，但是最后就看到一线的希望，就是他们好像还在斗。还没完全的操控，
对，还在斗，现在还在斗。
在他们斗的时候，我在争取自己的生存空间嘛，就是从来历史都是这样子，真的从来都是这样子，你不去争取就没有了嘛。
对，低端人口，
他们
对低端人口歧视。
因为他们开那些 Buildable Group 啊，或者是世界经济论坛的时候，其实他们自己内会也有讨论到，就有人爆料嘛，就是说他们其实一直都很怕，都是全地球的人民都觉醒了，全地球的人民都知道他们玩哪一套。那如果我们全世界的人都知道他玩哪一套，就没有人会听他的嘛，就根本就马上就可以把他推翻，就重新再扶植一个新的不这样子对我们的政权出来嘛。这个是我们人民的力量，
是的，
但是这个是真实的，确实是。
而且现在的第4次工业革命的所打造的这个新集权的这个全球的这个政治领导体系啊，我觉得这个人民的力量是被压制的，这个是应该是
他的目的就是这样子。因为其实现在他为什么要推的那么急，就是他怕那个民用科技跟那个他们所拥有的比较 advanced 一点的科技那个差距越来越短。当你民用科技跟他们拥有的那些就比较有点像黑科技吧，有点像我们这样子讲容易理解一点。就他们的黑科技的水平跟我们民用的科技的差距越来越短的时候，那他们的优势就小了嘛。他的优势越来越小，就能操控我们的能力就越来越低了嘛。所以他们逼着要在这30年以内要把这个计划完成了，要不然就要不然就我们都有 AI 了，我还怕你都打过吧？对不对？这了不起，就大家互相都怎么再组一个新国家跟你打起来嘛，对不对？但是就是他们就会怕这个，所以为什么要逼着这30年以内要把他们那一套就这么急的 push 出来？就是我的看法是这个，就是不想给你有反抗的机会。
对，这个思路应该是正确的，这个明显能看出来这种控制的这么一个痕迹在。
对，而且它的交集是我们能看得到的，明显能看得到。 因为他本来讲那个 Agenda 21都只是说21世纪嘛，这是21世纪都2099年了，之前完成就可以了。你现在忽然之间要说2030就要完成了，那提早了60多年，对不对？那这个就绝对这是问题啊，这是他们急了嘛。不做来不及，哪想到这个中国攀那个科技树攀得那么快，或者是民用科技为什么忽然之间跳起来这样子？对，就有点像是这样子。对，这个希望这一些讯息可以帮助你，把这个你的那个思维脑图也连接的在。
谢谢，特别感谢你帮我科普一些东西，但是在这儿我先不讲，我还有可以做其他主题的东西。
对，真的就是需要你这种高手进来，就多带一些朋友进来。
还有高手，咱们再吸引更高的高手。
对啊，我们期待更高的进来，就带一带我们。
对，互相学习，互相促进。
对，姚酱你还在吗？
我在，我听着你们说，我也没啥说的。
我一直我们俩说的，我们俩都都嘴了该。
看看群里边有说什么的，现在13个人了。刚才你讲的最多时候是20个人，20多个人了。对，
不太一样。
对，咱们现在就是稳定的这个流量，10到20个。
挺好。反正今天收获这个跟 Jacky 这个对话，还是对我又有新的这个主题要做了。我突然我受你俩的这个影响特别大，我又脑洞就大开了。
OK， 那今天聊到这儿也行，咱们现在也不用特别拖了，没有聊的就下一次，对，行吧？
好的，
好，
再有发现咱们再做。
对，好，
拜拜，再见，
拜拜。